Yo quisiera invitarlo amablemente a dirigirle unas palabras a nuestros delegados. Gracias.
Buenos días. Es un placer para mí como presidente de World Archery darles las bienvenidas aquí en Tlaxcala, México. Y eso es todo mi español por ahora. I'd like to thank our hosts, World Archery Colombia and World Archery Americas. Mary Emma, thank you so much for this event that you organize for us. It's, we even have some pictures. We appreciate everything you do. I also know Mary Emma well as a friend and also as a colleague on the World Archery Board with me. So thank you, Mary Emma, for all your dedication over the years to World Archery, what you do for Colombia, what you do for the region here, and how you support me at World Archery. So thank you. In addition, Sergio was up here. Sergio, he's over here. We all know how hardworking Sergio is and how dedicated he is to archery. So I thank him also for helping to make this a great and productive event. And also you, our member associations and our delegates, thank you so much for attending, spending your time and your effort to come here. It's all very important. You are really the people doing, doing the work of archery out there with your teams in your countries, helping to develop and grow archery. World Archery cannot grow without your efforts, so thank you very much for what you do. I also wanted to thank some representatives we have, both from the local and federal government, Carolina and Danielle. I'm not sure where they're sitting, but there they are. Thank you very much for your support and attending our assembly here. And finally, Raul, you met Raul earlier. He's on the end down there. Our new Secretary General, I'm very happy for him to be here also and for you all to get a chance to meet him. And if you do have any problems with the translation or anything else, Lorena from my office is here supporting me and Raul and helping out where she can. So thank you, Lorena, for making the trip down. It's great for all of us to be together. This assembly allows us to continue to improve our communication, both formally like this, where you'll have some presentations, but also informally, when you meet together over the coffee break and can renew your friendships and improve your communications so that we can work together as a group. Together reminds me of my campaign, which was, I used the phrase, together and on point. And I continue to use it because I think in many situations for World Archery, it's important that we are together and on point on these things. It reminds me also of being here too, as I used during my campaign the arrow analogy, where in an arrow every part matters. Here, as you know, we all know, there's no extra parts on an arrow. You take one thing away, it won't work. It doesn't fly, it doesn't succeed. That's the same thing with everybody here. We all have a role in being here. As a delegate, as a member of the board, our support staff, I want to thank everybody for being here and playing your part in being that role. In this analogy, if you didn't see it before, the reason we're here is the athletes. They're what make this whole thing work, and we want to continue to support them as we do. The shaft is you, the member associations. I view you as a strong foundation that kind of makes it all come together and connects all of our parts. The fletching is our partners and other people that we work with, the IOC, ASOF, other organizations, even sponsors that help guide and direct us, even sometimes probably government officials who support us. So all that gives us some guidance. And finally, the knock that takes the power of that bow and puts it into the arrow and heads it off towards its goal is World Archery. So we're here to try to pull it all together and make good things happen. I've been World Archery President for over 10 months now. I've spent a lot of time listening, learning, meeting a lot of different people, understanding more the internal operations of World Archery. Things that are good, there are very many things that are good, some things that need and can use some improvement. they are good at taking selfies, so that's good to see that our teams can do that well. And also understanding that there's been, for you, I think you know many of it, but probably not all, but many changes have taken place at World Archery in those 10 months. I think they are all great changes, continue to move archery from a very good position to a better position, to do continual improvement. How can we make things better? World Archery will be and is becoming more dynamic, more streamlined. We've got some new people who are experts in their areas, focused on what they're doing. And we've really got something I learned early in my career: make sure you get the right person into the right job. And so we're trying to reorganize some of the structures there to make that happen. I believe we've made some very strong progress over these 10 months. Clearer roles for all of our employees. I believe better and improved governance, but I think even getting better and better over time. Is that right, Raul? Yes. Our governance, that's one of his areas, is to keep improving our governance at World Archery. And better service to our member associations and our athletes. I hope that's something you see at some of our events. We've gone to some efforts to welcome you better at the events so you know who's there from World Archery to serve you, and to really begin changing the culture into more of a customer service type of attitude. We're there to solve problems, find solutions, and make sure the events you attend are as successful as they can be for you. Also, I hope you see the same thing when you contact the office. If you send an email into World Archery or reach out to us in some way, my expectation is you're getting a prompt response. It may not always be the exact answer, but it's a complete answer and addresses your situation you've raised. So that's my expectation with my team there. I've also spent a lot of time in Lausanne and working with the office and the staff there, getting to know the staff, getting to understand our operations better. I've also spent a lot of time meeting different IF presidents. It's a great way to learn more about their sport, what they've changed over the years, how they've improved their sport, what they've done to continue to keep their sport key in the Olympic program. I met the Volleyball Federation president, had a great conversation with him, and one thing that stuck in my mind was we were talking about just the sport and all the things he had done with volleyball over the years, and he said an someone from the office came to his federation for a meeting, and they said, just by the way, I watched some of your competition. Why do you blow the whistle so much? It's like, whistle the balls in, whistle the balls out, whistle this, whistle, over and over again, and he didn't really understand, but he went back and watched some of their competitions and realized they blow the whistle all the time, and he stopped it. They blow the whistle now once to start the play, and they don't keep blowing it over and over again. Something that a different set of eyes, when you look at your sport, you see different stuff. So for us, being in it our whole lives, you don't see how the consumer that's not our core audience, but that extra consumer, everybody else we want consuming our sport, how they view it. So it was very interesting for me to think, if we do make some changes as we look forward in the future to keep our sport relevant, you need to have some eyes from outside, some people that look at the sport for the first time and say, why do you do that? I've also had some good meeting with and met the new IOC president, Kirsty Coventry. We have a couple things in common. One is she is the 10th president of the International Olympic Committee, and I'm the 10th president of World Archery, so that was fun to share with her. But before we got too much into the meeting, she said to me, before we start, I have a question for you. Are you the Easton from the Arrows and those companies? And I said, well, yes, I am. A little story about my grandfather and my dad and how the company came together. And she said, that's so great. My husband is going to be so excited I met you. Okay. They're both from Zimbabwe. He's a big hunter and a bow hunter, and just was interested. So it's fun to have that connection with her. At the IOC and the Olympic movement, there is something, a big change happening. It's a program they've put together called Fit for the Future. They've abbreviated it F4F. Fit for a Future is a program that's to address a situation the IOC's had for many, many years. And that is, they didn't have a formal way for sports to come into the program or for sports to leave the Olympic program. What Fit for the Future is a much more structured way to do that. It has a lot of metrics tied to it. They're going to be looking at specifically Olympics, but sometimes World Championships, but television coverage, how much it's broadcast around the world, how many people are watching, the estimates on viewership. They'll be looking at digital engagement, how much, for example, World Archery's digital platform gets engaged with during the Olympics, what the youth think of your sport, doing some surveys with young people, and even things like your venue. How much does your venue cost? How complicated is it? And when it all boils down to what value your sport is adding to the Olympics, the Olympic program, and then when you really think about it, the Olympic product, which is the television broadcast. That's what the IOC is selling. That's where everything starts. It is a big change, and it made me think about change, and an analogy for World Archery would be an archer on a windy day. When there's a breeze happening, as we all know, that archer would change and adjust immediately. They don't think about it, they don't ask their coach, they just aim a little bit off to try to make the arrow go to the middle. That's the speed of change. It's something World Archery needs to be thinking about. How do we improve our speed of change, our ability to make changes to stay relevant? Because relevance matters. We need to pay attention to tradition and where we've come from, but we need to stay relevant. Archery needs to adapt also. We're very strong. We're strong in the Olympic program. We have a strong brand in the IOC in that community, but we need to be ready to adapt when we need to, and we cannot be passive and just sit on our past successes. We also need to protect what's important to us and preserve our traditions while staying relevant. Finally, I think this all can help us grow our sport, make it more compelling, and continue to make it more secure in the Olympic movement. These kind of changes need all of us, so all of the member associations to engage, cooperate, give us ideas, be involved with discussions we'll be having about things in the future. That'll be very important because we're all participants. We're not observers, we are participants and we're leaders, and I look forward to your contributions. These contributions will really be towards some changes on how we make changes is what we'll be working on. I want to thank everybody again, Mariema, and wish you all a very productive and successful Congress. Gracias a todos por estar aquí y les deseo mucho éxito en los campeonatos. So thank you very much. Enjoy your Congress and stay together and on point. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to make a very little change in the order in the next couple of items in our agenda because we think it is more logical. Next, I'm going to introduce the scrutineers. This is, Okay. These are the three scrutineers we are proposing. So these are the people who were supervised. The process of voting takes place according to our Constitution and correctly. I'd like to invite Andrea Aguilar, who is sitting in the back, and she is member of our Constitution and Rules Committee. Andrea, would you stand up so that they know who you are? Okay, good. And then Trina Roberts from Bermudas, who's sitting up here up front. And I try to pronounce the name correctly, Karim Saeed Abdul from Guyana also. So anyone against the three persons we are proposing for the scrutineering commission? No? So these are the people who are going to be helping us. So maybe after Mateo finishes his presentation in the next couple of minutes, you should go and talk to Mateo and see what he would like you to do. I take the opportunity to introduce Mateo, whom I think everybody knows, Matteo Pisani from Italy. He's over there. Matteo has been very kind to come and help us with voting at this assembly. So the next point before Matteo talks is about, sorry, I need to learn how to use this. Okay, good. It's about voting. So here we have all the national federations, all our associations, with the number of votes that they're allocated based on the system we approved last year. You will see that there's an asterisk in the case of Peru. We will deal with that in the next few minutes. But all the other countries, all of you received a list of the votes you were allocated, and only 2 countries reply back asking for an extra vote, but we'll talk about that later as well. So this is for your information. Now, I'd like to invite Matteo now. Matteo will be explaining to you how voting will take place. So let me see. Not yet. Okay. Matteo, please.
Thank you, Sergio. You need to use this? No, because I need the other screen. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Matteo Pisani. I'm the head of technology of World Archery. I'm not used to be on a podium. Normally I do from down, so sorry. Everybody of you has a mobile. The one with the proxy has 2, because as Sergio was introducing you, you have weighted vote, so you have maybe in your hand 2 devices with 2 different voting power. When we start a votation, we have basically 3 types of votation or election today. We have a motion or a proposal, like for the event, where we will have only a simple majority. Your motion with constitution and rule majority 2/3, and then the election. What will happen? It will happen that Sergio will open the vote. We will have a question appearing on the screen and on your phone. You can choose as many options as the kind of voting we have support, and then submit your vote. I have prepared some test voting just to see what's happened. Let's see, just to stay at home. World Archery Continental Association. Do you think World Archery America is the best continental association? You see in this moment there is a question on the screen. At the moment we open the vote, the question appears on your device. You can decide to abstention or to vote yes or no. If you have any problem with the device, we have people on the venue that are there to help you, so just call them. We have a progression of the vote on the screen, so we can see what is happening. Please vote yes. So we test also the system, and you see that we understand how it works. Anybody with problems? So as I said, it's not mandatory to vote during the election, but now to test the system, I will kindly ask you all to cast a vote. I don't want to suggest which vote to cast, but okay, we are in World Archery American Congress. Any problem? Okay, we have the 100% of the vote casted, so we can close the vote. And then we can show the results: 3 abstention, 0 no, and 81 yes. So I would say, yes, you are the best continental association. That was an easy one. Now let's try to go a little bit more complex. I make another test of voting. Do you have any question, first of all, about what we just did? Any concern about it? No? Okay, so let's try a new question. This time I would like to try an election. It's true that we will have in the afternoon, but we will have some multiple choice selection during the event also this morning. So I would like to try this. And to try to take it a little bit out of the You see that the system is telling you you will be able to vote two positions available. That means that you can vote 2, 1, or none. Let's open the vote and have fun.
Matteo says that if you do not vote for the espresso, he will go.
Strike. Okay, we reached the 100% again. Thanks. We close the vote and we see if I'm changing my flight or not. But okay, cappuccino the full day. Sorry, that was almost a betrayal. Okay, jokes apart, this is the procedure. Is everything clear how it works? You want another test? Up to you. Sergio, to you the floor.
Thank you. Ahora sí, ya, okay, gracias. Thank you, Matteo. So it appears that you're all ready to start voting, that you know the system. In the next few minutes, we're going to start using it, for real voting. I would like to continue now by inviting the chairman of our Governance and Finance Oversight Committee, Ms. Alba Santos from Ecuador, to come and to explain to you something about the situation we had with one of our member associations and their proxy vote. Okay. This is the case of the Archery Association of Honduras. Alba will explain to you what happened with this vote now. Vamos, Alba.
Sí, porque... Gracias, muy buenos días con todos. ¿Sí me ven? Bien, estimados delegados a la Asamblea, en la tarde de ayer, 4 de los miembros del Comité de Supervisión Financiera y de Gobierno se reunieron para tratar el tema del voto proxy de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Honduras. No se convocó a esta reunión a la señora Carolina Morales Espino de Guatemala para evitar un conflicto de intereses, porque el tema de la reunión involucra de alguna manera a la federación a la cual pertenece esta miembro de nuestro comité. El pasado día 12 de junio, dentro del plazo establecido por nuestros estatutos, nuestro secretario general recibió 2 formularios de voto proxy emitidos por la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Honduras. El primero en llegar está firmado por el señor José Moncada, secretario general de la Federación, otorgando el proxy a la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Guatemala, mientras que el segundo está firmado por el señor Cristian Gómez, presidente de la Federación, otorgando el proxy a la Federación Chilena de Tiro con Arco. Ambos, repito, fueron presentados dentro del marco de tiempo establecido por nuestros estatutos. Nuestro secretario general consultó el caso con el señor Raúl Calín, secretario general de World Archery, quien está atendiendo directamente un caso de gobernanza con Honduras y ha estudiado a los estatutos de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de este país. El señor Calín informó a nuestro secretario general que los estatutos de esta federación establecen que la representación internacional de la federación es una potestad del Comité Ejecutivo en su totalidad. A partir de esto, nuestro secretario general se comunicó por correo electrónico con todos los miembros de la Junta Directiva reconocida por World Archery y solicitó el jueves 18 de junio que la Junta determinara cuál de los dos proxies en conflicto se deseaba otorgar y que se nos comunicara hasta las 5 de la tarde del sábado 20 de junio. El viernes 19 de junio, nuestro secretario general recibió una carta del secretario general de la Federación de Honduras en la que se explica que 5 de los 7 miembros de la Junta Directiva han acordado que el proxy sea entregado a la Federación de Guatemala. En la carta se menciona que una persona de la Junta no votó y que el presidente, Cristian Gómez, votó en contra de esta decisión. 2 horas después, el señor Cristian Gómez respondió al correo enviado por el señor Moncada, argumentando su inconformidad con el proceso desarrollado por la Junta Directiva, pero no expresa en su correo desacuerdo con la decisión de otorgar el proxy a Guatemala. Todos los miembros de la Junta recibieron copia de todos los correos enviados. Nuestro comité, en uso de las facultades que le confiere el artículo 20.2 de nuestros estatutos, en el día de ayer analizó profundamente el caso y acordó. Primer punto, aceptar como válido el formulario de voto proxy emitido con el apoyo de 5 de los 7 miembros de la Junta Directiva de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Honduras, en el que se otorga el proxy a la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Guatemala, a la asociación. Segundo punto, informar a la Asamblea para que la toma de nuestra decisión, que hemos considerado lo establecido por los estatutos de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco de Honduras, en su artículo 20, y cito, son atribuciones y obligaciones del Comité Ejecutivo de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco las siguientes: ejercer la representación de la Federación Nacional de Tiro con Arco ante los organismos nacionales y o internacionales, ya sea de carácter deportivo o de cualquier otra índole. En nuestra reunión del día de ayer participaron los señores Mary Edmonds de Estados Unidos, María Isabel Vargas de Costa Rica, Luis Barria de Panamá y Alba Santos de Ecuador. El contenido de este comunicado deberá ser incluido en las actas de esta Asamblea General. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Alba, for this. We thought it was important that this announcement should be made and that all delegates to the Assembly should be informed of what happened. We followed strictly what the Constitution of the Honduras Archery Federation states regarding international representation. And it's too bad that there was this conflict. That's why we called our Governance and Finance Oversight Committee to discuss the matter, and Alba has presented the results of their discussion yesterday. That is the reason why the Archery Association of Guatemala has the proxy that was sent by Honduras. Thank you, Alba, once again. Now we proceed with the next item. We have a request that we have received from one of our member associations. Is the Archery Federation of Peru. They sent us a letter, I believe it was 3-4 days ago, I think it was on the 18th. They had an issue with the visa of the 2 delegates they had registered for this assembly. One of the delegates is the lady coach who is from Venezuela, and she was not able to get the visa to travel to Mexico. And we had the same issue with the other delegate that Peru registered for the assembly. So they sent a letter asking the assembly to accept their proxy, though it was sent after the deadline, which was June the 12th. So they are asking that the fact that the visas were not issued should be considered by the Assembly to allow a proxy to be used at this Assembly, and they would like the Colombian Archery Federation to represent Peru here, but since it was submitted after the deadline, we need to vote, and the members, the delegates attending this Assembly should decide whether we accept the request sent by Peru that their proxy can be used, though it was submitted after the deadline. So this is what we're going to do first regarding voting. So, ¿dónde está el controlcito ese? I lost it. Oh. No, oh. Maybe I left it there. Oh, thank you, Raul. Okay. So this is what we would like you to vote on now. Mateo, I'm sure you're going to show now the real, okay, thing. So now you're going to see on the screen, what you have to do is to answer yes or no, sí or no, if you accept that this proxy, though it was sent after the deadline, if the delegates accept that. And we need 50% plus one vote for the request to be accepted or not. I mean, depending on what you decide, okay? So we open the vote now. Someone has not voted. Is there anyone having trouble? ¿Alguien con problemas para votar? Oh, St. Vincent. I think he was voting somewhere else. Yeah, okay. So, we're going to close the vote now. And here we have the results. We have 50, I can't see very well, is it? Yeah, 60 votes in favor, 21 against, and 3 votes, I can't see. Oh, abstention, yeah, thank you so much. I need to wear my other glasses to read that. I think I better look back. Okay, bueno, entonces como los delegados a la Asamblea, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it in English. I promised I was going to speak English. Thank you, Mateo. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, the Assembly delegates have decided that the vote from Peru will be accepted, the proxy. So now Colombia will be given, I think you already have, yeah, the flag and everything for Peru. Okay? No, pero yo lo tengo aquí ya. La tarjeta la tiene las muchachas de México. Yo le di la tarjeta para la votación. Do I have it? Sorry. I don't know. I think I kept it. Oh, it's here. I'm a magician. Okay, good. See. Okay, bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. And now we can proceed. The next item in our agenda is the acceptance of the minutes of our 2024 General Assembly, which, as you remember, took place. Okay, so after this vote, we have 85 maximum. This is the number of votes, the maximum number of votes we can have is 85. So that means that for adoptions of motions, we will need to have 2/3 of the total number of votes, and that would mean 57 votes. And for other voting, we will need 50% plus 1, which means 43 votes. So let's move on. The next item in the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the 2024 General Assembly, which took place in Mexico. No, not in Mexico, in Medellin, in Colombia, 2 years ago. All the minutes were distributed. All of you had the opportunity to read them. They were in fact released 2-3 days after the assembly took place. So I think we're prepared to do that. I would ask, so that we can speed up the process, just a show of hands. If there's any member association against approving the minutes of the 2024 General Assembly, please raise your hand. No? So the minutes are now approved, and we can move on to the next item in the agenda. So the next item in the agenda is the first part of the Executive Committee report, which is going to be presented by our President, Maria Emma Gaviria. So, Maria Emma. Okay. Okay, good.
Estimados delegados en la Asamblea de Archery América y queridos amigos del tiro con arco panamericano. Le voy a hacer caso a Sergio Pon para hablar despacio y que pueda haber una buena traducción. En nombre del Comité Ejecutivo de Archery América les presento este informe de gestión con enorme satisfacción y mucho orgullo por los resultados alcanzados entre mayo de 2024 y mayo de 2026, fecha de nuestra última y esta asamblea. Desde nuestra Asamblea General hemos trabajado de manera permanente, comprometida y coordinada para fortalecer Archery América y sobre todo para acompañar el crecimiento de cada una de nuestras asociaciones miembros. Lo hicimos con una convicción muy sencilla: el desarrollo deportivo nunca se detiene. Durante este periodo avanzamos significativamente en gobernanza, educación, organización de eventos, programas de desarrollo y cooperación continental. Uno de nuestros mayores compromisos ha sido acompañar de cerca las asociaciones miembros, apoyándolos en la construcción de los planes estratégicos para que sean claros, medibles y sostenibles. Hoy podemos afirmar con orgullo que Archery América es una organización más sólida, más activa, más organizada y con mayor reconocimiento internacional. Actualmente contamos con 33 asociaciones y todas se encuentran a paz y salvo ante Archery. Esto demuestra compromiso institucional y estabilidad administrativa. Lo felicitamos y nos alegramos mucho por esto. Quiero destacar especialmente nuestra participación en el Congreso de Archery en Corea del Sur. Tuvimos de 33 asociaciones, tuvimos 18 federaciones presentes y 13 proces. América aumentó sus votos frente a la asamblea que tuvimos en Berlín. Este crecimiento demuestra que nuestro continente participa cada vez más y tiene una voz más fuerte dentro del movimiento mundial del tiro con arco. Nada de esto se puede lograr sin el apoyo, sin estar unidos. Por eso hablo siempre del trabajo en equipo. Gracias al Consejo de Archery América, a nuestras comisiones, a nuestros comités, a todos los dirigentes de las federaciones, a los arqueros, a los entrenadores, a los jueces. Hoy somos un solo equipo, un equipo que cree en América unida, activa y comprometida con el crecimiento de nuestro deporte. Hoy podemos resumir este periodo con algunos resultados. 33 asociaciones activas, 23 eventos que organizamos en América en 2 años, 40 seminarios virtuales, 35 reuniones de acompañamiento a las federaciones, mayores cupos que logramos para los Juegos Panamericanos de Lima 2027 y un cumplimiento del 83% de nuestro plan estratégico. Hoy somos también muy reconocidos por las organizaciones deportivas del continente como una confederación seria, atenta y cumplida. Nosotros somos los primeros en enviar los manuales técnicos de todos los eventos, pero lo importante es que estas organizaciones lo reconocen públicamente en las asambleas y levantando el manual de tiro con arco han dicho, primer manual que llega y el que quiera la muestra aquí lo tiene. Creo que eso para nosotros ha sido muy representativo y muy importante. Siempre estamos presentes en todas las convocatorias que nos hacen. Y si por algún motivo alguno de los directivos no puede asistir, siempre hemos encontrado compañeros de Archery y América que nos han representado, como Tamara Jiménez de México, como Gabriel Romero de Cuba, como Rabiel Romero de México y como Luis de Panamá. Siempre estamos presentes en todas sus reuniones. Y estoy hablando de todas las organizaciones del ciclo olímpico, Panam Sport, Odevo, Odesur y Centro Caribe Sport. Los resultados alcanzados no son producto de la casualidad, son los resultados del trabajo constante, del compromiso y sobre todo de las personas que creen que el tiro con arco de América puede seguir creciendo. ¿Queda trabajo por hacer? Por supuesto, claro que sí, pero hoy, primero que todo, el desarrollo deportivo nunca termina, por eso el trabajo nunca termina, pero hoy podemos decir, con la tranquilidad del deber cumplido, que tenemos una confederación más fuerte, más unida y más preparada para el futuro. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, President Maria Emma. So the next item in our agenda is the presentation of our financial and, let me see, yeah. Our financial, I need to wear other glasses so I can see from here. Yeah, okay. So I will do it from here, so because if I stand there, maybe I will obstruct the view of the screen. Good. So I'd like to explain, before I show you numbers, how our finances work. We get most of our budget from Archery, though we also receive sometimes contributions from continental organizations like Pan Am Sports or the Americas Paralympic Committee for some of our projects. We also receive the affiliation fees from our two associate members, Martinique and Guadeloupe, who are not members of Archery. So this is basically what we get for funding to cover 3 main areas, which is administration, events, and projects. I will explain further now in the next couple of seconds. How do we operate, how do we organize our finances in terms of supervision? There's a company in Colombia, and it has to be in Colombia because that is where Archery is officially registered as a sports organization. And there's a company in Colombia that reviews all of our finances. They submit the financial balances at the end of every year, and every month they report to the Colombian government upon receipt of all of our documents, indicating for what purpose we used every single Colombian peso that we use. So the report that we get from this company indicates whether what we have done with the money is in compliance with our object. I mean, what we are expected to do as a sports organization, as an international sports organization, and that is always included in the report that they submit to our Finance and Governance Oversight Committee. So having said this, and we also report to Well Archery. So at the end of every year, we need to submit to Well Archery a report of our expenses in comparison to the money that we received from them. So this is the process that we use to sort of certify that we have used the money in correspondence to the goals of Well Archery America. So I'm going to show you now. No, I'm sorry. I'm going the other way. Okay. So this is the money that we used in 2025. The amounts are in Swiss francs, and you can see there that we have grouped the amounts in 3 areas: administration, events, and projects. And the reason we have these 3 areas here is because this is the way Well Archery requests us to submit the budget accomplishment to them. So in terms of administration, is 20,871 Swiss francs. We use this to cover the expenses of this company that reviews our finances, also all the expenses in connection to running the office in Colombia. In the area of events, we have a smaller amount, close to 9,000 Swiss francs. But if you have read the report that we published, in that report you can find in detail every sub-area. I mean, what we mean by administration, what we mean by events, and regarding projects. Now, there's some money we did not use, and that was intentionally, because the money that we get from Well Archery comes always at the end of March of the following year, and we need to have some money to operate as a continental association in the first 3 months of the year. So this money is always left to be used to cover expenses in the first 3 months of our year. Now, for 2026, later you will see a comparison. The amounts are higher. We are here using also administration, events, and projects as the areas in which we have grouped the amounts requested. This is not what we have used. This is what we have requested, and we got approved by Well Archery. Now, here's a comparison. In terms of administration, you see an increase. Also, in terms of events, there's an increase, and in terms of projects, we also have an increase. And I will explain to you why. Why do we have an increase in 2026 in comparison to 2025? In the first place, the new thing for 2026 is this General Assembly. We are very grateful that the Mexican Federation, Well Archery Mexico, has contributed financially to the execution of this assembly, but we also needed to fund part of it. That's why there's an increase in the budget requested for this year in comparison to the budget from 2025. In terms of events, maybe you know, but if you don't, I will explain that Well Archery charges the organizing committees of well-ranking events and continental games a staging fee. And what Well Archery does in terms of continental games is that they cover the fees for the continental games. In 2026, we're having 4 continental games. It's the South American Games, the Central American Caribbean Games, the Para-South American Games, and the Para-Central American Caribbean Games. So for these 4 games, Well Archery allocates 1,500 Swiss francs. So we have more games this year than we had last year. That's why we have an increase in the amount that we have gotten approved by Well Archery. And the last thing is the projects. This year we're having more projects being conducted. For example, the Iron Sales Seminar we just finished here with Mateo. The Technical Delegates Seminar we had in Colombia a couple of weeks ago. There will be a para-coaching seminar in Peru, which I will advertise later. So that is a reason why we have a larger amount for projects in 2026 than in 2025. So now I'm prepared to start reporting on our strategic development plan. We'll vote later all together, for the Assembly to accept or not our report, including what Maria Emma presented, the financial report, and this new report. Now, this is about how we have accomplished or how far we have gone so far in terms of the accomplishment of our goals in our strategic plan for 2025 through 2028. This is a partial assessment, which includes all we have done starting in January 25, but you will see also a couple of things from 2024, but these are things we did after the assembly we held in Colombia 2 years ago. So we sort of thought that it was important also to include this in this presentation. So our strategic plan has 6 important areas. These are our focus areas. I'm sure you're familiar with them because this plan was approved by all of you last year. There you have them all. I'm going to go into detail regarding these 6 focus areas in the next few minutes. Now, regarding governance, which is the first area of our plan, one thing we did, and we're now experiencing it in practice, is that we changed our constitution to include weighted votes. That is that some of our national federations are allocated more votes than others, but this is not just because we like these federations more than others. It is because these federations have worked harder and they have achieved results in very specific areas. This system of weighted votes is development-oriented. It is different from the one that they're using with archery because one way you have to get an extra vote is if you have para-archery, which is one of our objectives. Another way is if you have youth athletes competing internationally. So if you don't have youth archeries competing internationally, we're sorry, but you don't get the second extra vote as such. And the fourth vote, you get it if you have a strategic plan approved by World Archery Americas. In the last few years, some federations have indicated, yes, we do have a plan. The federations uploaded the plans onto Warius, but these plans were not reviewed by anybody. These plans did not have a goal, did not have a mission, did not have anything. And so we wanted to ensure that the federations do have a plan that is feasible, that has clear objectives. And for this reason, we approved last year this system of weighted votes. Now, the maximum number of votes as today is 132, which would be 33 national federations by 4. 4 votes is the maximum. So out of 132 for this year, 94 votes were allocated, which means 71% of the total number of votes. Now, for 2028, our goal is to have 75. Now, at this assembly, we have 85 and not 94 because some of the federations that had 2 or 3 votes are not present, and when the vote is cast by proxy, then you lose the extra votes and then you keep only 1, okay? Now, as a result of this analysis of the weighted voting system, we have identified that there are 2 weaknesses in our confederation. One is para-archery, though we have advanced a lot, but we still have a lot to do, and youth participation. So we would like to encourage our national federations to continue working on youth programs. Now, next is gender equity. This is also about governance. And our goal for 2028 is to have 50% men, 50% women in our positions in World Archery Americas. What did we do? We expanded the number of members of our committees from 3 to 5, including 1 that is appointed. And that gives us a possibility of appointing women or people from maybe small federations so that we have more participation and universality. Let's compare now female participation or representation. In 2020, it was 33%. In 2024, 41%. And now, in 2026, before this assembly, it was 45.4%. Hopefully, at the end of this assembly, we're going to be able to say that the percentage is higher. Now, also regarding governance, I'd like to say, though all of you know it, that we created a commission, an advisory commission. 4 members of this commission are here, and I'd like to thank Mary Emmons from the United States, Alba Santos from Ecuador, Tirna Roberts from Bermuda, for the work they did in revising the strategic plans that most of you submitted. Thank you very much for the hard work. It was not only revising, it was just giving feedback to the national federations on what the problems were, and also suggesting, things that they could do in order to improve their plans. Now, 28 of our 33 member associations had their plans approved. Our goal was to have 75% now, and we're happy to say that we were able to come up to 84.84% of the member associations with a plan. There are 5 member associations who did not submit their plans. One of them did submit it, but it was too ambitious. We returned it, but we never heard back from this federation with a new plan. Now, we gave various opportunities to all federations to send their plans, but unfortunately, we did not hear back from them. Now, what are the 2 very important steps that now we have coming up? Number 1 is implementation. It's not just having a plan, it's to be able to implement it. And it is the national federation, the member association, that has to get the plan started. Now, the second part, which is also very important, is the assessment. And in order to help our national federations assess the accomplishment of their plans, what we're going to do is we're going to have like webinars, meetings with national federations. We're going to have a governance, a governance seminar in Guyana during the CDC, where we're going to be discussing with our member associations how to assess their plans. Now, we made an inventory of the areas that the plans included, and these are the most recurrent ones. So our member associations would like to work, and they have set tasks and goals in these areas that you can see here. Of course, there were other areas, but these were the ones that were more recurrent, like coach and judge education, grassroots and youth development, etc., etc. I mean, I'm not going to read what you can read by yourselves. All right? Now, let's go now to the second area, which is membership services. One of the areas on which we focused in the last 2 years is the provision of online education programs. And in the last 2 years, we had 40 webinars in 2025, and so far, 17 webinars in 2026 on different areas, which you can read there. I mean, we tried as much as possible to cover all the important areas, so there are member associations would have like assistance, information that they could use to develop nationally. I'd like to thank all the experts who ran these webinars, which were all very interesting. Now, also about membership services, we set as a goal to be able to provide easier access to information on the website and the extranet, and I think we have accomplished this. Now it is much easier for you to access all the information on our website. Also, we had as a goal to have meetings with national federations in the 4-year period. So we wanted to have 2 every year at least, with all the national federations, and at least 2 per national federation in the 4-year period. And this is where we are now. We held 4 last year and 35 individual meetings with 22 member associations. If you want to know whether you're included, read the report that we published on our website, where we have the list of all the national federations, and we have when we met and what we discussed in every one of our meetings. Now, online national judges courses, we ran 2 to help our national federations. I was provide a service to our national federations. There you have the number of participants and the number of member associations that attended. And we have also offered our national federations to help them with their local seminars. And for example, Curaçao, we helped the federation in Curaçao with exams and with a program for their own national judges seminars. Now, let's go now into development. Development, we would like to first of all talk about coach and judge education, which are priorities. There you have, it's in Spanish and English, everything. So we wanted to have 85% at this point of our national federations with a coach or judge education program. 84.4 indicated that they have it, and we don't know if it is being implemented, but we would like to say here that Will Archery America is prepared and willing to assist our national federations in the execution of these programs. Now, we have a priority region, and some of you may say, well, but why only the Caribbean? It is not only the Caribbean. It is because the Caribbean has the smaller federations in the number of members. Some of them are very new, and we have, in the last few years, prioritized the English-speaking Caribbean in many areas. One of the, I would say, the good things that we can be proud of in the Caribbean is the Caribbean Development Championships. Last year, in 2025, we held it in Trinidad and Tobago with 232 archers from 11 countries there. That was a great success. We would like to encourage all the other national federations to attend. Though the name reads Caribbean, it is not only for the Caribbean, it is for all of you. And later today, we're going to listen to the president of Archery Guyana, Vidushi Persad, who is here, and she will make a presentation on the organization of the 2026 CDC in Guyana. I look forward to listening to your presentation, Vidushi. So we also have another event, and that was the idea of the president of the Federation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who's sitting in the back, Sanjay. And Sanjay has been organizing the Caribbean Development Archery League, which is conducted remotely. You don't have to travel, you don't have to go anywhere. And he has now also created the Caribbean, Premium? The Caribbean Premium Archery League. There you have the number of participants in the last 3 years. Now, in the Caribbean, in the English-speaking Caribbean, we have like 10 national federations. Now we have 11 with Suriname, though English is not their first language, but we consider them as part of the English-speaking Caribbean. I'd like to encourage the national federations, like for example, the US Virgin Islands or the British Virgin Islands and Curaçao, to also become part of this event, because this is for you, okay? So let's go on. Now, about development, there you have a list of continental seminars. These are not the seminars that each national federation organizes because they wanted to bring someone to run a seminar at home. These are seminars that we, with Archery Americas, have helped organize and run. Maybe by contacting the experts or by getting funding from different organizations like Olympic Solidarity through Will Archery, or with Pan Am Sports, or the America's Paralympic Committee. So I'm not going to read the list, but there you have the list of the different seminars we have conducted after the Assembly in 2024. Now, also about development, there's a list of the training camps. So these training camps have been supported financially by important international organizations like Will Archery and Olympic Solidarity, also Pan Am Sports and the America's Paralympic Committee. Now, also on development, I want to talk about the relationship between quantity and quality. We have in our plan like a goal in terms of the number of national federations who have competed with adult archers, with a man and a woman in at least 2 events, and there is what we have at this point. This is a photograph of the situation at this moment. And there you can see that there are federations that have already complied, that have already met this goal. There you have the list of them. Those who have at least 2 events. Federations with only 1 event, there you have the list of them. And federations which have not competed internationally with a man and a woman in the last 2 years. And we're not including the CDC, the Caribbean Development Championship, because it has a different purpose. It is not an event that we organize focusing on important results. We don't even shoot at the official distances of World Archery. And of course not events for masters, because they also, I mean, it's not really what we are looking for here. So I'd like to encourage our national federations who are not in the first group to make an effort and try to do this. Now, this is quantity. I want to go now to discuss quality. In our plan, and the one we approved last year, we set goals in terms of the quality of the scores our archers shoot. And we established like scores like we called A or B or 1 or 2, and I prefer now to label them as our World Cup level scores and Continental Grand Prix level scores. Of course, Continental Grand Prix level scores are lower, but this is where we are now. And these scores are the ones we set last year at our assembly. So recurve men, 12 countries have shot 655. Now you will see on the right that recurve men for B scores is 15. Of course, we include the 12 on the left plus 3 more. So look for your countries there and see where you are. I think there are only 4 or 5 member associations which have score A for the 4 categories. This is the goal. This is where we want to get. If you go to a tournament and you shoot 500 points, but you still want to win a bronze medal because there was nobody else, people maybe in your countries will be happy, but this is not what you want to do. This is a goal, reaching these scores that we can see on the screen. And this is not something I made up last night. This is what we agreed to last year at our assembly, in June. Now, para-archery is the 4th area. The goal is to have 20 member associations with para-archery in the qualifiers for the Lima 2027 Para-Pan Am Games, and 22 of the qualifiers for the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympics. Now, what is the current situation? These are the countries that we are aware that they have at least 1 para-archer. Now, the Bahamas has an asterisk, and that is because though they do have 1 or 2 archers, the Bahamas have a problem. They don't have a national Paralympic committee. So the Bahamas cannot compete at the Para-Pan American Games. They cannot compete at the Para-Central American and Caribbean Games because there's no national Paralympic committee that may register their para-archers. So this is a task that Lisa, the president, has to try to solve at home. Now, also about para-archery, we have also discussed how we can achieve our goals. And one thing we have done, and I think it's been very successful, is improving our relationships with the America's Paralympic Committee. I have to say now that the relationships are excellent at this point, and we've been able to get funding from them to cover a number of different projects, and also we've been able to increase the number of participants in the Para-Pan American Games. Also, we are present at the Para-South American Games, and we're present at the Para-Central American and Caribbean Games. Another area within Para that we are focusing on is coach education, also classifier education, para-training camps, para-youth development, and I want to say that we had in Chile last year the Para-Pan American Junior Games, which were very successful, and also the promotion of para-archery is something that we have been working on. Now, next is number 5 is partnership and sponsorship. Regarding partnership, as I said, we have full support of Will Archery for our projects. Most of the money we request from Will Archery is granted to us because we have shown results. We have shown that we have used the money wisely. And also we keep excellent working relationships with Pan Am Sports. I want to say that we received a letter from Pan Am Sports 2 days ago indicating that if we submit programs, they're going to give us this year an additional $20,000 for the promotion of the sport of archery and running developmental programs. This is very important. And for next year, they're going to give us $40,000 for programs, for development. This is excellent. Yes. And this is, I think, the result of what Maria Emma mentioned a few minutes ago, that we are the first confederation to submit the manuals. We are the first confederation to attend everything and to report back to them on their training camps. We never used one single dollar for anything that was not included in what they told us we could use it for. So we are, in the face of Pan Am Sports, a very serious continental organization. And regarding the America's Paralympic Committee, our relationships with IPC some years ago were not as good as our relationships are now with the America's Paralympic Committee. They have given us more spots for the Pan Am Games. Maybe you remember that in 2015 in Toronto, we had only 8 countries and 28 archers. Then they took us out of the games. We came back in 2023 and we completed the 48 positions they gave us. And we had 18 countries. And now for 2027, we have an increase of 22 para-archers. So we're going to have 70 para-archers in Lima 2027. And we need your help because we meet with them and we say, yes, we have the archers. Yes, we have everything. And then when we look back, we worry, oh my God, do we have the 70? So, and that is when we need you to do your job, to look for, new para-archers who can compete at these games. So, let me see what else. Now, also about partnership and sponsorship, we have the section of equipment donations and special prizes from Hoyt and Easton, and thanks to the historical, let's say, assistance that Greg Easton as an individual and Easton and Hoyt as companies have given us. This is the amount of money we have used for donations, close to $30,000 in 2025, helping 14 member associations, and there you have those who were benefited. And in 2026 so far, we have used $18,000. So we still have another $11,000 for you. But the problem we have is that sometimes we need to call our national federations. Do you need equipment? Because we have $10,000 and we don't know how to use them. So this is something I repeat at every assembly, and still, we find it hard to be able to use the $30,000. Anyway, so let's go on. And the last area, I think, is promotional activity. We have now very active platforms on our website, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. As you know, now we are transmitting this. We're broadcasting this assembly on our YouTube channel. So this is something also that we have worked on. So these are the 6 areas that I wanted to cover in this report. And I want to finish my presentation by asking this question. What is then Will Archery Americas, based on what you have heard? Well, we believe we are, and I think you would agree, that we are a continental association that abides by its constitution. Very important. If we're not serious about abiding by our constitution, we're nothing. We strongly believe in long-term strategic planning. I think all of you would agree to this. We focus on providing services to our members. Yes, we do. We are committed to fulfilling our goals. We value processes as the only means to achieve results. I mean, if we don't see it as a process and we only aim at the result and we believe that the results will come just out of the blue, we're lost. we need to plan, and planning means establishing processes, implementing them. And then we are loyal to our member associations. We are. And we believe in the power of effective communication. So this is the end of my presentation regarding the strategic plan. So I don't know if you have any questions, any comments that you would like to make before we ask you to vote for the approval of the reports. I mean, Maria Emma's, then finances, and what I have just said. Anyone? No? Good. So thank you. And I would like now to ask if the delegates to the Assembly are in favor of approving these reports. Anyone against? These are, I think, simple voting, so I'm not going to bother Mateo with that. Okay? No? So then if there's no one against, so our reports have been approved. Thank you for listening, and let's see what comes next. Thank you. Next point in the agenda is the approval of the reports submitted by our permanent committees, which were published about 45 days ago. Is there anyone who has a comment or anything you would like to ask about the reports that were published? No? So they were, I think most of them were written in English and in Spanish, so language was not an issue here. So if there's no one, if there are no questions, is there anyone against approving all the reports as a package? Anyone against? No? Okay, so we have approved all the reports as a package. What time is it? 9:53. Oh, we are okay with time. Yeah, so I'd like to invite now the president of the Archery Federation of Curaçao. I'm sure you know her, Morwenna Mingle Mayer. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. If not, later you teach me. Morwenna, in addition to being the president of the Federation in Curaçao, Morwenna, I'm going to give you this. Maybe you want to run your own presentation. Just a minute. In addition to being the president of the Archery Federation of Curaçao, Morwenna has played a very important role in the area of the Dutch-speaking Caribbean. You know, the part of the Caribbean where Dutch is spoken, and she will tell us now about a visit she paid to the Olympic Committee and other important organizations in Aruba, trying to promote archery there. Okay? Morwenna, ready?
Yes, of course.
Okay, you can go. Yeah. Let me see. Let me help you.
Because the next ones are...
I think it's this way. There you are. So this is what you have to press every time you want to change.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, thank you. So, President of World Archery, Mr. Easton, Maria Emma, Sergio, members of the Executive Board, presidents, delegates from every corner of the Americas, a very good morning to you. But I must say this, I have to thank the host, the Mexican Archery Federation, World Archery Mexico, for hosting the assembly, as well as the Pan American Archery Championships. Why I'm saying this is because look at the timing that they welcomed us here. Because right now, this very week, this very month, Mexico is also co-hosting the largest sporting event on Earth. The whole planet is looking at this country, and yet they have still managed to make room for us, for archery, for our family. So that tells us a lot about the hosting country. So they have asked me to give a summary of my mission in Aruba. But the day before yesterday, something happened to me. And after that day, I could not stand in front of you and read just a summary. Because what I have to tell you is not just a report. It is the beginning of something far greater than all of us here in this room. Curacao, my home, a dot in the Caribbean Sea, a little over 156,000 people. This year, my country qualified for the FIFA World Cup. The smallest nation by population ever to do it. Forgive me for taking you to this journey, but you will understand at the end where I'm coming from and the message that I would like to leave in this room. I was there at this first match. Approximately 6,000 of us had crossed an ocean to be in that stadium in Houston. And we were not just Curacao. We were Aruba. We were Bonaire. 3 islands, 3 flags poured into one stadium, and we became one color, one roar, the blue wave. Across from us to Germany, 4-time world champions, a Titan. We lost 7-1, but we do not speak of the 7. We speak of the 1. Curaçao's first goal in the history of World Cup against a nation that has lifted that trophy 4 times, and 6,000 people from 3 islands lost their minds as one. And then, the day before yesterday, in our goal, a man, 37 years old, an underdog, a name the world has no reason to know, 15 saves, 15. He became, in one night, the second most by any goalkeeper in the history of the tournament. 90 minutes, again and again, he refused to give up because he said, "Not today." The match ended against Ecuador, 0-0. And Curaçao earned its first point in the World Cup history. He did not make history because he was the biggest or the strongest or the most expected. He made it because someone gave him the chance to stand on that line. And here is what I felt the day before yesterday. I erased my report, I erased my presentation, and it changed everything for me. And then I looked up, I was like, in the region, this accomplishment, I'm sure that there must be a country or a nation that might have done the same thing. So Curaçao was not the first. We were the latest in the line. Haiti, in 1974, they scored against a Titan back then, Italy, and broke a record the whole soccer, football world believed that could not be broken. The Italian goal had not been beaten in over 1,000 minutes, and yet no one believed a Haitian could. he did it. And my friends, Haiti is back at this World Cup right now after 52 years. Let me look up to Trinidad and Tobago. They've been through this similar experience as Curaçao has. In 2006, the smallest nation back then ever to qualify in their time, they didn't score a single goal in the tournament, and still they walked away with a point, holding mighty Sweden to a draw with then 10 men on the field. And their goalkeeper that day, he was also 37 years old, just like ours, the day before yesterday. Looking up to Jamaica, 1998, the Reggae Boys, what we call them, the first English-speaking Caribbean nation to dance on that stage and win in front of the world. Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Curaçao. To every single delegate in this room from those nations, you know this feeling. You did not read about it, you lived it, because this is our inheritance. The Caribbean has always punched above its weight. Now, let me take you back before the mission, before any of this, to February 2026, to Aruba. I was on that island for a course not related to archery, and I was on that island for the very first time, yet just a couple of miles away from Curaçao. I was there for the first time. And something else entirely happened. The people of Aruba recognized me, of course, through social media when archery was introduced in Curaçao. But they didn't say, "Congratulations, Curaçao." They said, "We qualified for the World Cup." I stood there, let it sink in, and they also told me, "So are you here to introduce archery in Aruba?" After a moment of silence, I said, "Yes." We, not Curaçao, we. Aruba was already planning to travel to the World Cup, to cheer for a team that on paper was not even theirs, because in their hearts, it was. And those same people, when they asked me, am I there to bring a sport to their country, where am I to say no? So they asked, Aruba asked. The idea was never mine to carry to them. It was theirs to ask of me. And standing there, watching a football turn 3 islands into one heartbeat, and hearing Aruba ask for a sport in their own voice, I thought, if a ball can do that, then what in God's name can our sport do? This was never about adding one more federation to a list. It was about strengthening a family, the archery family in the Americas. So in March, I went back, it wasn't planned, to answer the question Aruba had asked me. But a calling does not get you a meeting with a minister. Something else does that. So before I boarded the plane, I asked Sergio, I need 3 letters to be sent to their Olympic Committee, their sport union, and to the government of Aruba. Maria Emma, I need to say this to you directly. Those letters were not paper, they were doors. And yes, I can speak Spanish. Esas cartas no eran papeles, eran puertas. I did not arrive as a woman with an idea. I arrived all of a sudden as the ambassador of World Archery Americas. When Aruba looked at me, they saw all of you standing behind me. We cannot buy that. It can only be given, and you gave it. So, 4 days. We'll start with day 1. The meeting with the Olympic Committee of Aruba. I was not received by a junior officer. On the contrary, I was received by the Secretary General of their committee, of their Olympic Committee, Mrs. Nicole Hooverts, a former Vice President of the International Olympic Committee, with her directors beside her. They did not ask whether archery belonged in Aruba. They asked how to help us bring it. And she placed the pin of the committee on my shirt. Day 2, the Sport Union of Aruba invited archery to debut at their national event this year in September, and then they offered us a piece of their own land, unused for years, to train the very first archers. A home before the Federation even existed. Day 3, the meeting with the government of Aruba, the Minister of Sport. The government itself said yes. Schools, support. Let us build the conditions together. 3 institutions, 3 doors, 3 puertas. 4 days, and every door opened. And I know it is real because of what came after. After the handshakes, after the photographs, when the easy thing would have been for everyone to move on, the letters came. The Olympic Committee wrote to walk beside us. The ministry wrote, and not only to me, but the government of Aruba wrote directly to World Archery Americas, a government writing to our confederation about a sport that does not yet officially exist in their country. People are polite in meetings. Politeness is free. But people do not write letters to things they have forgotten. Aruba is not thinking about archery. Aruba has begun building it. So let me tell you what Aruba has. Passion. Oh, they have a mighty Olympic Committee, one that Curaçao can also benefit from. The support of its government, sport union, leadership on the ground, and vision. And let me add to that, World Archery Americas, if Aruba joins this confederation, their president, secretary general, and treasurer, they're all women.
Oh.
So we can add to those percentages. So what does Aruba need? Equipment. Because the federation is not yet official. Aruba cannot yet reach many of the development programs that one day will be open to them. She is full of will and waiting for the tools. And this is coming from me from the heart, because we all know the mission of World Archery Americas, to grow more members, more nation on the line. But I want to ask you in this room to change one thing, not just our goal, but the narrative, the story. Because for so long, the narrative have been the same. A new nation must build itself, of course, with support, but actually itself. Earn its way in, prove it can survive alone. But what if this once we wrote it differently? What if we do not ask Aruba to do it alone and build a new archery nation together? Look in the back of your clubs, your storage rooms, bows no longer shot, wherever it is. Every federation has equipment that is sleeping. In Aruba, that same equipment could wake an entire nation. A bow gathering dust in your country could be the first bow an Aruban child ever draws. And it is not only equipment, it is your coaching, your mentorship, your experience. So that experience that some of you spent 30 years earning, that a young federation could stand and from its very, very first day, become part of this confederation when they are ready. So until Aruba's federation is official, and we are doing everything in our power to do so, remember the goalkeeper, 37 years of age, from a place no one could find on a map, who made history not because he was the strongest, but because someone gave him the chance to stand on that line. Aruba is asking for nothing more than that chance. So hear me clearly. This is not charity. This is an investment. This is family. So Haiti gave us a goal against a Titan. Trinidad gave us a point with 10 men and 37 years of age in the goal. Jamaica gave us a dance the whole world watched. And Curacao gave us all the blue wave. And every single one of them did it the hard way, as one small nation alone. Imagine for once what we could give an island that is already asking if we gave it together. 4 days changed the future of archery in Aruba. 4 days, one island that asked, 3 letters, and the belief of one confederation. No one imagined what all of us as one family can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Morwena. Oh my God, this is, it was not just information. Morwena has touched our hearts. Yeah, I think that was the purpose, right? Good. And what she has told us about is a story that is probably the same story of most of the English-speaking or Dutch-speaking Caribbean countries. I mean, how you started some years ago. Some of your federations are newer. Some others, like Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, have a longer history. But all of you started from scratch. And what Morwena is saying now is that this new federation, or this new country, not even a federation yet, this new group of people who would like to do archery needs support. And for the most part, the support that World Archery gives is to those who are already their members, and that's logical. But we are in a situation now regarding Aruba where they need to get some equipment to get started. They don't have a federation yet. Probably the Olympic Committee will recognize a federation only when they have equipment to start. So it is, where do we begin? Is it a federation first? Is it the equipment to start shooting? I think this last idea is what is valid. But I'm sure if I ask now, raise your hands if you are willing, if you are interested, if you believe that you can help Aruba a bit I'm going to see lots of hands up. So thank you so much, Morwenna, for this, for being our ambassador in Aruba. Maria Emma will be traveling to Peru in August, and she will be meeting for sure Nicole from Aruba, and she has a task maybe to further, spur the sport of archery there. Thank you so much. Okay, good. Good. Bueno, now I think we have a break for coffee. So most of you look like you're dozing off, like you believe, oh my God, when are we going to have our coffee? The coffee's back there, so we will resume at 10:40. 10:40 is the time to continue, okay? Thank you, and have your coffee. Second announcement is that some of you will see that on top of your tables there's an invoice from the organizing committee. It is for those assembly delegates who have not paid their dues to the organizing committee. If you have an invoice, you go and talk to Veronica at the very end. Veronica, yeah, she's the money lady. Even if you don't have an invoice, but you know that you owe money, you talk to Veronica later, not now. During the lunch break, you go and talk to Veronica. Todo lo que hayan visto sobre sus mesas, unas facturas, son aquellos que deben dinero al comité organizador. Les agradecemos que por favor contacten después durante el receso para almuerzo a Verónica, que está allá detrás, en la última mesa, para el que no la conoce. Y si usted no tiene factura, pero sabe que debe, también vaya a verla, por favor. And the last announcement I want to make is that we're going to give you a new link for the second. Oh, they're going to keep the same link? Oh. So, yeah, I have a new link. Yeah. No, what you're talking about is translation. This is for the broadcast. Okay, yo les voy a compartir ahora el nuevo enlace para la transmisión por el YouTube. Se lo voy a pasar a todos para que lo puedan compartir con quienes ustedes deseen. So I have just forwarded to your WhatsApps the new link for the second session for the broadcast. Now, for the translation, you need to reload again. It is the same for the translation. Para la traducción sí tienen creo que volverse a conectar, pero es el mismo que tenían hasta ahora. ¿Sí, Lorena? Okay. Good. Gracias. Okay. ¿Podemos poner la presentación, por favor? Okay, muy bien. Good. Okay, before I introduce our next presenter, I would like to clarify some information to our delegates. And if, when I say it in English, those who read or listen to the explanation in Spanish have any questions, because maybe if the translation is not clear enough, let me know. Yesterday, I'd like you to please listen. Good. Yesterday, one of the assembly delegates came to me to ask, I think, a very important question. And the question has to do with the number of terms someone in whichever position in World Archery Americas is allowed to have, or to be, to hold this term, this position. At the General Assembly we had in Chile in 2022, we changed the article in the Constitution regarding how many terms anyone can be in a certain position. And the agreement was that it would not be more than 3 full terms. which is the same as in Will Archery. But there's one difference between Will Archery Americas and Will Archery, and that is regarding when we started counting. In Will Archery, they started counting back. So when Will Archery adopted this rule, they counted back, and those who had been in a certain position for 12 years or 3 full terms were no longer eligible for a new election. But that is because Will Archery counted backwards. In the case of Will Archery, all the delegates at the Assembly in Santiago de Chile in 2022, the 31 countries that were represented there agreed that we were going to start counting from 2022. So anyone holding a position now will be, and wishing to be re-elected, will be entitled or eligible for this new term if he or she gets elected now, and one more. That will be the 3 full terms that we agreed in our assembly in 2022. Do you have any questions about this? Because I think it is important that all of you have this information very clearly. And if you want to confirm that what I am saying is the truth, you can go to the minutes of the 22 assembly, which are published on our website, and there you will see that though we passed a motion regarding the number of terms, we also passed a proposal that we would begin counting from 2022 onwards. Okay? Any questions about this? No? Good, thank you. So I would like to invite now Ms. Alba Santos, who is ready to present the report on what her committee has checked regarding the preparation of the Assembly, the compliance with the Constitution, because that is one of the, the jobs that her Constitution, that her committee now has. Alba, please. Is that okay?
Sí. Gracias. Señor presidente de World Archery, Greg Easton, señora presidenta de World Archery Américas, María Emma Gaviria, miembros del Consejo Ejecutivo, delegados de las asociaciones miembros, distinguidos invitados. En cumplimiento de las atribuciones conferidas al Comité de Supervisión Financiera y de Gobierno por el artículo 20 de los Estatutos de World Archery Américas, presentamos a la Asamblea General el informe correspondiente al periodo comprendido entre la Asamblea General Extraordinaria del 2025 y la presente Asamblea General Ordinaria del 2026. Durante el periodo informado, este comité ejerció sus funciones de supervisión y control con independencia, objetividad y apego a los principios de transparencia, legalidad y buena gobernanza institucional, verificando el adecuado cumplimiento de las disposiciones estatutarias, reglamentarias y administrativas de World Archery Américas. Se revisaron aspectos importantes como los balances financieros, de la revisión de los cuales ya nuestro comité publicó su dictamen, la planificación y ejecución del proceso de reacreditación de jueces continentales y el informe de evaluación del plan de desarrollo para el periodo 2021-2024. En cuanto a los votos ponderados en la Asamblea General del 2026, este punto se ha revisado de manera exhaustiva para que ningún país se quede sin su voto ponderado conforme se acordó en la Asamblea del 14 de junio del 2025. Hemos revisado la participación en los diferentes eventos, lo que fue enviado a los correos oficiales de cada federación el día 2 de junio del 2026 y tenían hasta el día 8 de junio para presentar alguna inconformidad en relación con los votos que tienen para la Asamblea. 2 asociaciones presentaron inconformidades, las Islas Vírgenes estadounidenses y Canadá. La inconformidad de Canadá dio lugar y se le otorgó el voto que reclamaron. En el caso de las Islas Vírgenes, la solicitud de revisión fue atendida por el secretario general y por el Comité de Estatutos y Reglamentos. El resultado de la revisión no fue favorable o lo solicitado. Nuestro comité también fue puesto en conocimiento conforme lo establece el artículo 20.2, cuarto punto de nuestros estatutos, para observar que se haya actuado conforme a la norma. Primero, se verificó y se realizó una prueba en el sistema electrónico de conteo con los votos de Archery, junto al encargado del sistema electrónico, el señor Mateo Pisani. Y hemos corroborado que se encuentran correctos en la cantidad de votos que tiene asignado cada asociación miembro, lo cual garantiza a esta Asamblea que el proceso de conteo de votos será preciso. También hemos verificado los formularios de votos proxy, que estén de manera legal y estatutariamente correctos, y que los mismos estén completos y firmados por las asociaciones que los otorgaron y las que lo han recibido estos votos proxies, de acuerdo al artículo 8.4.2. Y finalmente también se revisaron las cartas de designación de delegados a la Asamblea General de Elecciones, cuando el delegado no es presidente ni secretario general de la asociación miembro, aquí presente, y que las mismas estén correctamente firmadas, según lo establece el estatuto, que permite la delegación a un representante de la asociación miembro, conforme lo indica el artículo 8.2 y el artículo 8.3. En cuanto a la revisión de cumplimiento, continuando con nuestras responsabilidades como Comité de Supervisión Financiera y de Gobierno, se verificaron los siguientes puntos. Primer punto, que todos los plazos de convocatoria, envío de formularios y recepción y publicación de documentos, nómina de puestos para elección, formularios de candidaturas, lista de mociones, lista de candidatos, han sido cumplidos según lo que establece el artículo 8.16 y siguientes de los estatutos. Segundo punto, se recibió la confirmación del Comité de Estatutos y Reglamentos respecto al apego a los estatutos de 3 candidaturas presentadas por asociaciones miembros distintas de aquellas a las que pertenecen los candidatos. Sobre la base del criterio emitido por dicho comité y de la revisión efectuada por este comité, las 3 nominaciones fueron consideradas válidas y aceptadas para el proceso electoral correspondiente. Otro punto, hemos verificado que las mociones y enmiendas presentadas hacen clara referencia a los artículos de los estatutos que se desean modificar. En este punto debo indicar, hubo una moción por parte del Comité de Atletas que fue presentada después del cierre del plazo establecido por los estatutos. Pero junto al Comité de Constitución y Regla se analizó la importancia de esta moción, que ustedes la encontrarán como la moción número 6, que trata sobre el correcto proceso de elección del Comité de Atletas. Y se solicitó al secretario general que pida la aprobación de la Asamblea para que esta moción se pueda discutir y aprobar. Por nuestra parte, como comité, hemos observado que es de importancia el análisis que realiza el Comité de Atletas para la elección de sus integrantes, por lo que sugerimos a la Asamblea que sea revisada y aprobada para votación por las asociaciones miembros en el momento que corresponda. También hemos verificado que los porcentajes requeridos para cada votación y que han sido distribuidos por el secretario general son correctos según los estatutos. Finalmente, este comité desea dejar constancia ante la Asamblea General que, en el ejercicio de sus funciones de supervisión y control, ha podido verificar que las actuaciones revisadas durante el periodo informado se han desarrollado con apego a los estatutos, a los principios de buena gobernanza y a los estándares de transparencia que deben regir nuestra organización. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Alba, for the presentation. So now, I think we're now ready to start with the next item on our agenda, which has to do with motions and amendments. Okay. This is just a summary of the percentages that we need for the motions. Since the motion will mean a change to our Constitution, we need 2/3 of the total number of votes cast. Now, for the amendments, we just need 50% plus 1. We will have 6 motions, and there are 2 amendments to the motions. All of these documents were distributed. I think it was 45 days ago, and they're all available on our website. Now, the first motion is a motion that has to do with who can submit candidates for positions in Archery Americas. The way we have it now in our Constitution is not really clear. That is why when we received 3 nominations from national federations, which were not the national federations to which the candidates belong, we asked our Constitutional Rules Committee for an interpretation, and what we got, as Alba explained, was an acceptance to the of these nominations. But we would like this to be clear in our Constitution. So what we would like you to do now is vote in favor or against or abstain, and then probably we would need to change what is shown on the screen so that we can vote on motion number 1. Okay, so motion number 1, I mean, all of you have a summary of the motions in the documents we gave you. So you do not need to see the content of the motion on the screen, because all of you received a summary of the motions in both English and Spanish in the packages we gave you at the start of this meeting today. So the first motion, I explained what it is. It's just a clarification of who can nominate candidates for positions in Archery Americas. So let's open the vote now. Gracias, Alex. Thank you. Gracias. Is there anyone having trouble voting? No? So it looks like someone is not here to vote. So we close the vote, Mateo. Okay, we have 59 votes in favor, and we have 24 against. So that means that we require a majority of 56. So the motion passes. All right, 59 in favor, 24 against. The motion passed. So we go now to the second motion. And maybe you can take a look at it, from the papers you have, the documents you have. And this is a very important motion because it has to do with the role of the Ethics Committee. In the last few months, we have received some complaints, some letters from individuals, clubs, from in countries where we have national federations, who complain about certain things regarding the management, the internal management of their federations, and they have requested that our ethics committee should become involved. Though it is not clearly stated, the purpose of having this ethics committee is not to solve internal problems within the federations. And the motion that we have submitted explains or describes the role of the ethics committee more clearly. So you have the motion there, and I would like now to proceed to voting. And we open the vote. Remember that if you have a proxy, you need to vote twice. I think we have there's a country that is not here because, oh, Panama is not here. Okay, good. So we close the vote and we please publish the results. Okay, so the results are 72 votes in favor of passing the motion and 11 against, and there were 2 votes that were not cast. Well, that's the case of Panama. So the motion passes. And now we go to motion number 3. Motion number 3, there is an amendment before we discuss the motion. Let me explain what the motion is. The original motion was written to make the Pan American Indoor, Field, and 3D Championships open tournaments. That is, that people can register without having to do that through their national federations. Now, one of the articles in the original motion was that still, for the team competition, still for the team competition, only archers who were registered by their national federations could be part of the teams. That was the original motion. So an amendment came from USA Archery requesting that this article in the motion that made it mandatory for athletes who wanted to compete in the team round to be registered by their national federations, to remove this this article, so that if we pass the amendment, now for both individual and team competition, archers can compete without having to be registered by their national federations. The original motion came from me. So I think I have the right to ask the delegates to vote in favor of the amendment. It's an amendment to a motion I submitted, and so I would like to ask the delegates to support the amendment so that our motion is now better worded and more complete. So let's now vote for the amendment first. Do you all understand what we're doing? Todo el mundo sabe que estamos haciendo es una enmienda a una moción. Es una moción que presenté yo personalmente, pero estoy de acuerdo con la enmienda. Por eso es que les sugiero que voten a favor de la enmienda. We open the vote. We close the vote. Now we can see the results. Okay, 71 votes in favor, 14 saying no. So the amendment is passed. We need a 50% plus 1. So now we go to the motion. Ahora vamos a votar sobre la moción con la enmienda incluida. Now we're going to vote on the motion, including the amendment. So now the wording of the motion includes the amendment. And for this, we need 2/3 of the votes in favor. So we open the vote now for the motion with the amendment included. Okay, we close the vote, and we have results. Okay, we have 77 votes in favor, 8 votes against, so that means that the motion passes with the amendment included. Thank you very much. Now, vamos ahora a la moción número 4. Let's now go to motion number 4. Okay, motion number 4 came from the Judges Committee, and this is a very important motion. We've been running Continental Judges seminars in the last few years, and we've had candidates coming from countries where they hold like 25 to 30 national events in the same year. So these judges, as national judges, have a long experience. So when they come to the Continental Seminar, they're very prepared to act as Continental judges. However, we have received candidates at our seminars who come from small federations where sometimes they don't even have team matches at their national tournaments. They don't do alternation in shooting in finals matches. So when they come to the seminars and we teach them all of this, they're being taught some knowledge that is totally new to them and they have not experienced in practice. So the way we have the system now, once you attend a seminar, a Continental seminar, and you pass the test, you automatically become a Continental judge. What we are proposing is that now, once you pass the test at the Continental seminar, you are a Continental judge candidate, and you need to officiate at least 2 events under the mentorship of more experienced judges before you become a full status Continental judge. So this is what the motion is all about. We would like you to consider this motion that came from the Judges Committee so that people who attend Continental seminars have like a period during which they gain more experience, and then once they are ready, they are promoted to the full status category. So we're going to open the vote now for motion number 4. Okay, we can close the vote now. And we can see results. 78 in favor, 7 votes against. So the motion passes because we have more than 2/3 of the total number of votes cast. Okay, thank you. Now we go to motion number 5. Motion number 5, I would guess, is more of an editorial change. Our appendix number 2, I think it's number 2, yeah, appendix number 2, which describes the system to educate, appoint, reaccredit, and assess Continental judges, talks about allowing at Continental seminars judges who have been national judges for 2 years. Now, in some countries, they have like different levels of judging, and in some of the countries, maybe the title of national judge does not exist as such. So they have like regional judges, you know, other names for this. And what we would like to do is have this changed in accordance to what Archery has, so that you need to have been working as a judge nationally for at least 2 years. You see the difference? One thing is having the title of being Juez Nacional, national judge, and this is people need to have been judging nationally for at least 2 years. This is a change. As I said, it's more editorial than you know, making a change as such to the whole procedure. So we're going to open the vote for motion number 5 now. Okay, we close the vote and we can publish results. Okay, we have 82 votes in favor and 3 votes against, so the motion passes. This is very good, and I want to commend on this even after, you know, this has been passed, because some judges who have been national judges for 2 years but maybe have not officiated at a single tournament come to their national federations asking to be, you know, registered for a seminar. And just having the title does not mean everything. You need to have the experience, okay? And now we go to motion number 6, but before we go into this motion, I'd like to explain something. This motion number 6 was submitted after the deadline, but it is a very important motion because it determines the percentage of votes in favor for someone to be elected for the athletes committee. This is only for the athletes committee. This is not for any other committees. So the motion was meant to organize the process of the election of the athletes committee without requiring that a candidate should have 50% plus 1 votes in favor. Why? When we will have elections this afternoon. If we have a tie, if we have like someone not reaching the 50% plus 1, there's a possibility of having like another round until we get someone elected. But with the athletes committee, it is not possible because the athletes will vote tomorrow during official practice, and there's no way we can get them back, you know, to have another round of voting for that. So the original motion was that we would not require 50% plus 1. Now, there was an amendment that came from the athletes committee that they wanted to have at least 33.3%, like 1/3 of the votes, so that someone with only 1 vote would not get elected, and that makes a lot of sense. So first of all, what we need to do is accept dealing with this motion because it was submitted after the deadline, and that is the first vote. And then we'll talk about the amendment and the motion if you agree that we should accept the motion. So let's now vote for accepting. It's not voting in favor of the motion. What we're doing now is accepting to deal with the motion at this meeting, okay? So we open the vote now. Looks like there's one. Okay, good. So we close the vote now. Let's see the results. Oh, finally, yeah, everyone in favor. Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you. 85 votes in favor of accepting to discuss this motion. Now we're going to go to the amendment. I already told you what the original motion was. The amendment is basically aimed at setting like a bottom in the percentage of the votes in favor. This amendment came from the Athletes Committee, and it is to accept people as eligible for a position in the Athletes Committee only if they have reached 1/3 of the total number of votes possible. So we open the vote for the amendment now. We close the vote. Results, please. Wow, 85 votes in favor, so we're going to have like this bottom, percentage, which is wonderful. And now we're going to vote for the original motion. Okay? So now we're going to vote for the original motion, including the amendment that you have just passed. We open the vote now for the motion. Okay, we close the vote. And we have 100% in favor, so motion number 6 passes. Thank you very much, and that is going to be implemented tomorrow. Later in the afternoon, we will explain to you the process that we're going to follow tomorrow for the elections of the Athletes Committee. Okay? So, this is item, what? Item number 13. So we now move on to item number 14, which is the allocation of events. This is something very important. We're going to be deciding where our major events will be held. I want to say that we did not receive bids for 3 important events. I think it was 2 or 3 important events, and these are going to be allocated after the assembly if we receive bids. This is the Pan American 3D Championships, the Pan American Field Championships, both to take place in 2027. And in 2028, we also have Grand Prix tournaments for which we did not receive any bids. So they're open, but they're not going to be discussed. So if anyone wishes to organize a tournament, I want to do this, this is not the place now. So we will, discuss it later. Okay, so we have, I would guess, the most important events coming is the 2028 Pan American, let me see. Okay, where we are. I think you can change that. I mean, we can go straight to the voting. Yeah, no problem. So, because everyone has a copy of the countries. Todo el mundo tiene una copia, ¿cierto?, de los eventos y quién lo está pidiendo. So everyone has a copy of the events and which countries are bidding to organize them. So the first event, and I think is the most important one because it will be the qualifier for the Olympic Games, is the 2028 Pan American Championships. We originally had 3 bids, but Colombia withdrew a few days ago. That information was given to all of you. So now we have 2 countries wishing to organize this Pan American Championship. Now, I'm sorry, we're going to have a presentation. I made a mistake, Mateo, yeah. So I'd like to invite the president of World Archery Mexico to speak about this event. Gabriel? Yep, please. To speak about your bid to organize the event in 2028 in Tijuana, Mexico. Because there are 2 countries. It's Mexico, Tijuana first, and then we're going to listen to Bruce Call, who will speak about Yankton as the second bidding organizer. Thank you, Gabriel. Ready?
You have the clicker?
I do, yes. Thank you, Gabriel.
Well, first of all, welcome to Mexico and Tlaxcala. I'm very happy to host this Pan Assembly in Tlaxcala and give you the welcome to my country and obviously to my hometown. So for me, it's a pleasure to be here hosting this great event. Para mí es un gran honor estar aquí hoy en Tlaxcala, dándoles la bienvenida a mi país y lógicamente a mi ciudad natal, a ustedes y a todos los atletas. So, first, Tlaxcala, 56 places available for the Pan American Games in Lima next year. So this is the most important event for our federation and for Archery Americas. So the importance is that all the efforts and all the budget that you are fighting with the local governments on your countries, it will be represented here because we are building a strong archery strategy for the Americas. So it's quite important to work together, and it's really important for us to offer first a world-class event for the athletes. So it's the most important. Second, all the facilities for your athletes to be shooting in a friendly and in a safe place. So that's our vision. Because at the end, if we work together, if we build a better archery strategy for the Americas, we will benefit all together for the athletes, for the federations, and for the governments. We are a no small sport. We are a sport with a huge potential. And I can tell you in my experience in Mexico. Mexico, right now, everything is all around football, like in any other country, because football, it's everything, you know? Football is huge. But archery, every time, is winning a bigger step on the marketing, on the attendance, on the importance for Mexico. I have another example, and I can tell you, El Salvador is doing exactly the same. Yes? Because archery is becoming an important piece of the sport strategy for certain countries in America. We can be the sport that is the reason of proud of our country. Because unfortunately for my country to win the World Cup of football, it's so complicated. That's the truth. But the people need to have heroes. The people need to have role models to follow. The people need to dream, to have hope. And archery can give to all the countries that hope that we need. Archery can fulfill that small space where the people can be proud to be from El Salvador, from Guatemala, from Mexico. That's the huge opportunity that we have. If we work together and if we have a better sport, more on television, more with sponsors, with better athletes, if we create those heroes that the people need to follow, we will achieve this part and we will start winning more spaces on the media and more spaces on the sponsorship. So the strategy is to work together. The strategy is to create a philosophy on how archery can become the most important sport for some countries. In consequence of that, we can have more budget, we can have more schools, more people doing archery. So that's the reason why we are working so hard here on this new strategy. Mexico is proud to support the growth and the development of archery. What we are doing, not just events. Events we start with events. It was an important thing. So we catch the attention of the media, we catch the attention of the stakeholders. And then, once that we achieve that, now we are building schools with the government. We talk with the local government in Mexico and we say, okay, that's perfect. You have many sports, but you need something that is quite important. You need to win. Yeah? So that's the important thing. You need one hero to follow. Okay, to create that, now we need to set a strategy to build new schools, to have more archers. And what we did is we are building 2 high-performance centers, one in Tijuana and one in Mérida, with the support of World Archery Americas, with the support of World Archery. And the idea is to create new spaces, not just for Mexico, also for Latin America and for America. So your athletes can come to Tijuana and can come to Mérida and they can train. So that's the idea. So that's the next step. And that's why we are trying to help to develop not just Mexico, the whole continent. We need to develop together more athletes if we want to be more competitive as a continent. So that's the vision that we have. Tijuana, Mexico, that's a candidate host city for the 28th. Why Tijuana? Well, first, we are on the same time frame that LA 2028. Same timing. Second, we have a high-performance center that it will be done in the next month. Third, next year, Tijuana will be hosting the 3rd stage of the World Cup Archery. So many of your athletes will come to Tijuana and they can compete there. And the most important thing, you have the opportunity to be shooting next to the US. You have direct flights from almost all around Latin America to Tijuana. It's cheaper also. But again, the strategy is not just to host another event. The strategy is how we can build a better archery strategy for America. How we can help you, how we can open Mexico for you, and how we can build that local strategy for the different countries to build the successful step path to the Olympic Games. So what we are offering, first, Tijuana. Second, all the facilities for your countries to be competing in this event just before LA. Third, we have some village in the high-performance centers that we can offer for the countries that they are fighting to get in more budget for the government. We have a air connection, and obviously you will be always welcome in Mexico all the time. So thank you first for being here and making possible Tlaxcala. Thank you, Greg, for attending this assembly, and also for all the support that you are giving to America. It's quite important. Thank you, Maraima, for the trust that you gave us 2 years ago when we arrived to this federation. And again, Mexico is here not just to make events. Mexico is here to build a better strategy for archery. It's not just about how many events we are hosting. It's about athletes, it's about families, it's about coaches, it's about training, it's about the importance that we need to give to our sports in every local government. That's the importance. That's why we are here. So thank you again. See you around, and if you have any questions, just please let me know.
Are there any questions that you'd like to ask? No? So I'd like to invite Bruce Call. Where are you, Bruce? Oh, there he is. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce Call will be presenting the bid to organize the Pan Am Championships in Yankton, a place most of you know, USA. Bruce, please.
All right, thank you. Let me get this queued up. All right, first of all, thank you. World Archery President Greg Easton, World Archery Secretary General Raul Kalin, World Archery America's President Mary Emma, Secretary General Sergio Font, and the Executive Board, and all of you, the World Archery America's member nations and delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to bid this tournament. As you can see, we are putting in a bid for the Pan American Archery Championships in 2028, and the reason that we would like to do this is because of what you just heard, LA 2028. We've got why this matters to the United States and to all of us. LA 2028 Olympic Games is an unprecedented event coming up that year for the United States and for all of us. We have a unique opportunity to elevate this to a level that we haven't had to do, especially with the compound archery and the team events this year. Back in the USA, we'd like to see this. This hasn't been in a lot of our lifetime in the United States. 1976 in Valley Forge was the last time the Pan American Championships was held in the US. Very important. The largest archery center in the world. In 2021, World Archery Board voted that we were the largest archery center because of our size and the different disciplines that we offer. I think most of you have been to the location, but to just give you an idea, we sit on 130 acres that includes 2 World Archery or FIDA fields. We've got 2 practice fields, 4 field ranges, a 75,000 square foot indoor building that has a 70-meter range, including meeting rooms and our headquarters and museum. We also have, contiguous to the property, 2 hotels and a campground. This yields 110 total competition target butts for this championship. Proven championship host. The NFAA Foundation has held annually the World Indoor Series since its inception, and which is now what is the Vegas shoot, and we hold the World Series Indoor Championship with that. In addition to that, we host many local, regional, national events, and some of the events that we've held for World Archery have been the 2015 Youth Championship, the 2018 Indoor Championship, the 2021 World Championship, along with the World Cup Final and the World Congress. That's the first time that's ever been done, and I think you all remember what 2021 was. That was the pandemic. We were able to host all those together in one location. And of course, this summer and fall, in September and October, we'll be hosting the 2026 World Archery World Field and the World 3D Championships. Yankton, South Dakota, a very small town. Like I said, I think most of you have heard of it. But some of the bullet points that you can see, and by the way, you've all been emailed this PowerPoint, so you can look at that for future. Yankton's a very safe, small community. It's 20,000 people. South Dakota, if South Dakota was a city in the United States, it would be the 35th largest city. So you can tell it's a very small state. We're very, very archery friendly, and people welcome people from all over the world and have done for many years. We're located on the Missouri River, which is the Lewis and Clark Lake and Recreation Area. We've got all sorts of outdoor activities, bike trails, hiking trails, a beautiful city. Why Yankton? Again, it's a world-class venue. We've got an incredible experienced organizing committee. We've got athlete-focused experience in all the different disciplines. The Olympic year momentum for LA 2028, I can't speak of enough. Probably the most important part of this. Safe and welcoming, of course, and we would like to see the Pan American Championship come back since it's been over 50 years. I'd like to thank you all in advance for the opportunity to bid this. I would appreciate your support on this, and I would be open to any further questions or any questions.
Thank you, Bruce. Any questions? No?
Thank you.
So now I think we're ready. This is okay. We are ready to vote now. We have 2 options. You have presentations of the 2 bidding organizers. Now I think we're prepared to vote. You can vote for only one of the 2 options. So we open the vote now. We close the vote. Results, please. Okay, so the Pan American Championships will go to Tijuana. 58 votes in favor of Mexico, 27 votes in favor of the United States. I'd like to I would like to thank the two bidding organizers. No, this is not working. Oh yeah, okay, this one is good now. I'd like to thank the two organizers who submitted their bids. We look forward to considering Yankton for other events. We have many events and coming events that that we could probably host in Yankton in the near future. Thank you very much. And now we know where we're going to have our Pan Am Championships and where we're going to have our next assembly. And that will be in Tijuana in 2028. Now we go to the second vote regarding events. And for this vote, we are not going to have any presentations. And this is about the second qualifier for the Pan American Games. Second and last qualifier for the Pan American Games. We have two countries bidding to organize this event. One of the cities is Daule in Ecuador, and the other city is San Salvador in El Salvador. So let me explain a bit about this. The city or the country that wins this vote will automatically be hosting an event of the Grand Prix of the Americas. So it will be the qualifier for the Pan Am Games and a Grand Prix of the Americas. Later we will talk about other events as part of the Grand Prix of the Americas. So two countries, vote for only one, please, for the qualifier for the Pan Am Games, and we open the vote now. Gracias. We close the vote. And the second qualifier will go to San Salvador in El Salvador next year. Congratulations to El Salvador. And now we go to another vote. And this other vote is, now we know that San Salvador will be hosting the qualifier, and they will also be hosting an event of the Grand Prix of the Americas. Now, there's no limit in the number of events of the Grand Prix of the Americas. So I would like to ask you now to vote on the following: whether you want to have other stages of the Grand Prix of the Americas in the following places. It can be one, it can be the two places. So here you can vote for the two countries. Here you can vote for the two countries, Ecuador and Guatemala. ¿Ok? Aclaro, se puede votar por los dos. No es una decisión de uno o el otro como en las votaciones anteriores. ¿Ok? Clear? So we open the vote now. We close the vote. Results, please. Okay, so it means that since they needed to have 50% plus one, that we're going to have the other two stages of our Grand Prix in Ecuador and in Guatemala. Congratulations to the two countries. So next year, we're going to have 3 Grand Prix events. It's good because this year, in 2026, we had 2 plus the Pan American Championships. Next year, there's no Pan American Championships, so we still have 3 countries hosting events of the Grand Prix of the Americas. All right? Now, we go now to the next vote, and in this one, we have 6 events for which we received only 1 candidate. So all we need to have is the approval of the Assembly that we want to have these events in the countries that provided, that sent their bids. And we have divided it in 2 groups. So the first group is 3 events. It's the 2028 Pan American Youth and Masters Championships. We just had the one in 2026 in Medellin 3 weeks ago, and it was a success. So hopefully it will be also a success in 2 years. And the city bidding is Daule from Ecuador, in Ecuador. So that's a city, bidding for that. Second event is the Hyundai Para World Series. And this is an important event because it will also be the last qualifier for the Pan American Games in 2027. And the city that is being nominated is Fortaleza in Brazil. And the third event is the Pan American Indoor Championships. And Buenos Aires, Argentina is the city bidding to organize this event. Now, for this vote, you can vote for the 3 events. Aquí se puede votar por los 3 eventos porque hay un solo candidato para cada torneo. Claro? Okay, so you can vote for the 3 if you want. So let's open the vote, please. We close the vote. Results, please. Okay, we needed to have 50% plus 1, and that was 43, I think. So we have already allocated 3 very important events to Argentina, Ecuador, and Brazil. All in South America. Okay, good. So congratulations to Argentina, Ecuador, and Brazil for this. And we go to the next and last vote on tournaments. And there are 3 more events for which we only have 1 candidate. And that is the South American Youth and Masters Championships. It's an open tournament, not just for South America, it's for the whole continent, but it still carries the name of South America. And it's in Maricá, Brazil. Most of you have been there. They have organized several events already. Then we have Asunción, Paraguay, for the first time bidding to organize an important event, World Archery event, America's event. And they would like to organize the South America, the same event, but in 2028. Some of you were in Paraguay last year at the Pan American Junior Games, and you know they have a good facility, they have a good structure, so hopefully we will be there in 2 years. And the last event is the Caribbean Development Championships, and Panama is bidding to organize it. This will be also the first time that Panama will bid for a World Archery Americas event. They had the South American Junior Games, I think it was in April, but that was not one of our tournaments. So we have here 2 countries that have never ever organized a World Archery Americas event. So we're going to support them, of course, after you delegates vote in favor of their bids. So let's open the the vote now. You can vote for the 3. Se puede votar por los 3. Vamos a abrir el voto. We close the vote. Results, please. Okay, so we're going to have these 3 events in Brazil, Paraguay, and Panama. Congratulations to the bidding member associations. So I think we're happy that we were able to have most of our events allocated here. We know that our calendars now are quite busy. Many events in the year, and events are now more complex. They require more resources, and the fact that we've been able to secure cities for all these events, I think is very good. So now we're done with the allocation of tournaments, and I would like to, and this is my presentation now on the other events. Let me see. Bruce, where did you leave the, was it there? Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to do it from here so I can see the presentation. This is a photograph of the 2023 Pan American Games in Santiago some years ago. 3 years ago, the Pan American Winter Games. Those who were there remember it was very cold. In Lima, probably would be as cold as it was in 2019. Okay, so I want to talk now about the upcoming multi-sports events. Games. We're going to talk about games. These are not events that we organize, but we appoint technical delegates. We are in communication with the organizing committees, with the continental bodies like Pan Am Sports or the American Paralympic Committee, Centro Caribe Sports. So I'm going to show you now where we are now in regards of the different events that are coming. So the first games that we will have are the Para-South American Games. The Para-South American Games will be in a city called Valledupar in Colombia. This is information I have about this. We have 50 positions that were allocated to us by the America's Paralympic Committee. And there you have the different categories. These are new categories. It's the same categories, but with different names. Maybe you remember Recurve Men Open. That is not the name anymore. It is not Recurve Men Open. Now it is PRM. It's Para Recurve Men. So we need to learn and become familiar with the new terminology, because now in the competition schedules that you will see, you'll see the new ones. And you need to become familiar with them before you get lost while you read the schedules. So we're going to have individual, doubles, and mixed teams there. And one very good thing about these games is that we're going to have the visually impaired. We're going to have 4 visually impaired archers at the games. We will have a classification panel that will classify archers, the para-archers, and the visually impaired competitors as well. So we've been in communication with the organizing committee. I would guess 1 or 2 hours per day we have used to make these games possible. Now, next event is the Central American and Caribbean Games that will be held in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. I met with the president of the Dominican Republic Federation yesterday, and we talked about the games. There are several issues that the organizing committee are facing, but archery is for sure the sport that has no problems. And that is because they have a permanent archery facility, which is, I mean, most of you have been there. It's a great facility. It was restored. It's totally functional, and we have kept good communication with the organizing committee, so do not worry about Santo Domingo. If other sports do have issues, archery will not have any. Don't worry about that. So one thing about this is that we were able to keep the number of positions at the games, 116. There will be 29 archers in each category, and hopefully we won't have any dropouts, as happened 3 years ago in the games in San Salvador. Okay, now, and it will be a Pan Am Games qualifier. Next event will be the South American Games, and they will take place in Rosario, Argentina. The technical delegate to these games is our Vice President Rubens from Brazil, and we've been in contact through Rubens with the organizing committee, and we are very certain that the games are going to be successful. For these games, it was not necessary to qualify, as it was for the other events that I spoke about before. So here is the information. We have 12 countries, and it will be a qualifier for the Pan American Games. If you want to have more information about where you can qualify for the Pan Am Games, go to our website. All the information about the system to qualify for the Pan Am Games has been published there. Next event is the Bolivarian Youth Games, and they're going to be held in Caracas, in Venezuela. We did not hear from the organizers for a while, but about 2 weeks ago, they contacted us. We have already checked the competition manual, and it would be for under 18 athletes. And this time, we're going to have all the categories, recurve, compound, mixed teams, and also the doubles. We weren't able to have 3-member teams, but it was okay. I mean, having 2-member teams is okay, and then in the future, we'll probably be able to increase the number of athletes in the team. Now, next games are the Para Central American and Caribbean Games. We thought they were not going to be held because originally they were going to be held in Mexico, but it appears that now it won't be an event that would be held here, and Guatemala will be hosting at least the archery competition. I think Andrea, who is back there, and if you want to ask questions about this, you can talk to Andrea in the back or to the president of the association, Arturo. This is very new, very recent. We had originally discussed with the Americas Paralympic Committee a maximum of 30 positions, but now the Americas Paralympic Committee, they have asked the national Paralympic committees if they have archers, in which categories. So the process is not going to be that, well, Archery Americas will tell the organizing committee, we are going to allocate 30 places. The places are going to be allocated on the basis of what the National Olympic Committees reported to the Americas Paralympic Committee. So it is important that the countries in Central America and the Caribbean, you contact your national Paralympic committees and make sure that they indicate to the organizing committee that they have archers and that they want to be part of the competition. Okay? We cannot register your archers for you. It has to be you through your national Paralympic committees. Now, you can see that there's a, I think it's Turkey or something. That's because it's in November the 20th through the 29th. You know, the time where you have Thanksgiving. So let's go on. Pan Am Games, Lima 2027. All of you have received the qualification system for the games, and we're going to be allocating positions here starting tomorrow. So at the team managers meeting tomorrow at this event, we're going to go over the qualification system and the number of places we're going to be allocating here at the Pan American Championships. Hopefully we will have many countries winning places. There will be 10 events. For the compound team, as happened in, where was it, Santiago, we're going to have 2 member teams. That's what we were able to get from Pan Am Sports, and we're lucky because we have the event. So in Lima 2019, we didn't have any teams. For Santiago, we asked the authorization of World Archery to have 2-member teams, and they said it was okay. So it is going to be the same as it was in Santiago for Lima 2027. We were able to increase the number of positions by 4. In other sports, Pan Am Sports, they have reduced the number of positions, but in the case of archery, maybe because we do our job well, they gave us 4 additional positions for Lima. And then we have the Pan American Games, also in Lima. And we're so proud to say that for these games, we're going to have 70 positions. In Santiago, 2023, we had 48. So we had a meeting with the America's Paralympic Committee to discuss these games, and the person who's in charge of games, a lady from Brazil, she said, well, you had 48 in Santiago. Can we keep 48 for Lima? And I said, no. Why 48? We have more countries, more para-archers everywhere. We want to have 70. And they needed from us like a letter explaining why 70. We submitted all the information, and we got the confirmation a few days ago that we have 70. Now, once again, this is also, lots of work for you because you need to now produce archers. You need to look around in your countries where you can find people who can become para-athletes so that you help World Archery Americas not to lose phase, with the America's Paralympic Committee because we did not fill all the positions, sorry. So, I want to talk about Pan American Junior Games. We had the latest ones in Paraguay last year. We have not received information about the future yet, but there are good news. A letter was distributed by Pan Am Sports with a list of countries, sports that they call priority sports. And these are the sports that will remain in the program of the Pan American Junior Games for a few 4-year terms. These are the ones that the organizers are forced to have, and archery is one of those. So there are other sports that, it depends on the organizing committee if they want to have competition in these sports, like for example, Morbuena football, but archery is one of the top ones. So I think we have to be proud of this. Good. So I think this is all I wanted to say. Oh no, okay, this is Vidushi. Vidushi, you're up next. So any questions about games? Any questions about this presentation I have made? If you still have questions, you can call me anytime during the week, Sundays, anytime, and I can give you more information that I have, in the office in Colombia. So thank you for listening to this. And now I'd like to invite someone very important to us, and I want to tell you a story. Vidushi, could you stand here, please? Okay. Vidushi is maybe some of you, I'm sure all of you know her. Vidushi is the chairperson of our Gender Equity Committee. And she's done a great job. When we were in Paraguay last year, Vidushi was able to bring all the important women in Pan Am Sports to the archery competition, including the Pan Am Sports Secretary General Jimena Saldaña from Mexico, and Vidushi brought them all. And we showed them around the archery venue, and they, for the first time, they were able to see a bow. Oh, this is a compound. Why? What is the difference between one and the other? And this is important because these are the people who make decisions in Pan Am Sports. And thanks to Vidushi, who is everybody's friend, we were able to have all these women there. But Vidushi is here today in a different capacity. Is that right? Vidushi is going to be talking about one of the most important events that World Archery Americas holds every year, and that is the Caribbean Development Championships. A few minutes ago, I talked about the event last year in Trinidad, and here we have Nick Hill from Trinidad, who did a wonderful job as an individual, but also as an organizing committee. putting together such a great event with 232 archers from the whole of the Caribbean. And Vidushi is here today to talk about the 2026 Caribbean Development Championships. And before Vidushi says anything, we would like to see archers from the 25 countries who are here today competing in Guyana. Now I give the floor to Vidushi. And Vidushi, you're going to be...
Okay, let me put this down. Right.
Can you do all this?
Yeah. I'm a woman, right? We
I know you are.
multitask.
Yes, here you go.
All right, which one do I press?
Oh no, you're a woman, you should know.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Buenos dias, everyone. President Easton, President Maria Emma, Secretary General Font, distinguished members of the head table, Executive Committee of World Archery Mexico, the results team, distinguished colleagues, presidents, secretaries general, translators, volunteers, and friends of archery. Buenos dias. So today, I'm here because I have two invitations for you. The first, as Sergio said, is to join us in Guyana in October 2026. The second is to join us in shaping the future of Caribbean archery. Unfortunately for you all, both invitations take place at exactly the same event. Now, I know some of you are probably looking at the map and you're wondering where exactly is Guyana. But don't worry, many people discover Guyana the same way that they discover a perfect arrow in the gold. You don't notice it at first, and then suddenly you just can't stop looking at it, you know? We in Guyana, we are South America's only English-speaking country. And by the end of this presentation that I have here for you, I hope that Guyana moves from being a place that you vaguely heard about to a place that you absolutely want to visit. So, ooh.
No.
That's a test, that's a test.
You're a woman, come on.
Yes, so these are our logos that we have developed. And you're asking why Guyana? You know, but this competition, it is more than just another competition that we're putting on our calendar. I know we went through, we have all of these others, but it is the Caribbean Development Championship. And for the first time, the Caribbean Championships, historically, we have history and we have development meeting on the same field of play. So, you know, if any of you in this room, if you'd visited Guyana about 10 years ago and you return in October, you might wonder if you landed in the wrong country. We are actually one of the fastest growing economies in the world. We have new hotels, new highways, new bridges, new infrastructure. In fact, construction is happening so quickly that some of our roads are newer than some of your archer stabilizers. But you know, the transformation is just remarkable. But what makes Guyana even more remarkable is that we have not lost our identity while we're growing. Now, Sergio told you about the CDC. The CDC was created by World Archery Americas to provide very meaningful international exposure for our developing archers. The true objective is not to just simply attend the CDC. The objective is to develop the athletes who will eventually compete at the Caribbean Games, at Central American and Caribbean Games, the Pan American Games, World Championships, and the Olympic Games. Because, you know, every Olympian once attended a competition that prepared them for something bigger. And the CDC is that very stepping stone for many of our athletes. And I believe that all of us as leaders in this room, we have a responsibility to use it that way. I also just wish to acknowledge World Archery Americas. Over the past several years, I know the Caribbean and Guyana, we've benefited from the vision and the support of World Archery Americas, from coaching development to judging development to athlete opportunities to technical assistance to the creation and support of the CDC itself. So the growth we are seeing, and as gone through this morning, it did not happen by accident. It happened because World Archery Americas invested in development. And today, we are seeing the results. So, yes, we have, you will see here that we have a very strong team behind this event. We have assembled experienced personnel from across technical operations, results management, communications, sustainability, and athlete services. We're also proud to have an outstanding international judging team because development events deserve the same professionalism and the same standards as elite competitions. The athletes deserve it, the coaches deserve it, and the future of Caribbean archery deserves it. So let me tell you why you should bring your team to Guyana. Now, Guyana remains one of the world's most authentic destinations. Over 85% rainforest, extraordinary wildlife. We have the world's tallest single drop waterfall by volume, and enough natural beauty to make your phones run out of storage. I also wanted to point out, I told you earlier about Guyana's the fastest growing economies in the world with all our new bridges or new infrastructure you would see there. And here is where Guyana's story becomes truly unique. Now, I know many countries talk about sustainability, but Guyana has built an economic model around it. Over 85% of our country remains covered in pristine rainforest, and we protect more than 18 million hectares of forest. And those forests store approximately 20 billion tons of carbon. Yes, I know the translation, if you're doing it, if you're hearing it, is correct, 20 billion. So to put that in perspective, I mean, if carbon storage were an archery tournament, you know, Guyana would be shooting in a category all by itself. The president of our country, His Excellency Irfan Ali, he has championed a model where development and conservation work together. And under Guyana's low carbon development strategy, the Hess Corporation agreed to purchase 37.5 million carbon credits for a minimum of US 750 million. Just stats that you know. And Guyana became the first country in the world to issue jurisdictional archery's carbon credits at this level. So, you know, just think about that. Most countries get paid for what they cut down, but Guyana is getting rewarded for what it preserves. Now, here comes the twist in the story. Because while Guyana is preserving one of the world's largest tropical forests, we are also becoming one of the world's newest energy giants. And yes, I know that sounds contradictory, which is why all the international leaders, they keep asking us, how are we doing it both? And our answer is very simple: responsibly, strategically, and with a long-term vision. There you would see that picture, the vessel down below. I wanted to tell you a bit about it. It's called the One Guyana, FPSO. It's a name that we're rather proud of, and that vessel can produce 250,000 barrels of oil every day. It can store 2 million barrels, and it forms part of the whole offshore discoveries that is extending 11 billion barrels. Production in Guyana now exceeds 900,000 barrels per day, and it has been projected that by 2030, capacity could reach 1.7 million barrels daily. Now, when I say these numbers, I know my international colleagues all often ask, and you're probably all wondering, how many people live in Guyana? But the answer for you all is that it's less than 1 million. So as Caribbean people, though, we know that greatness isn't measured by population. Look at St. Lucia's gold medalist, Julian Alfred. Look at the stories that were shared earlier by Curacao. This is our venue. Let's get back to archery. So the championships will be hosted here. This is our Guyana National Stadium. It is a world-class venue. It is the home to major international cricket competitions. It's accessible. It is ideally suited for hosting athletes and officials from across the Americas. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's Kaichor Falls. And no, I did not Photoshop these pictures. The Kaichor Falls, it stands over 750 feet in a single drop. It is nearly 5 times taller than the Niagara Falls. And unlike many tourist attractions, you won't be competing with several visitors to take a photograph. You know, sometimes when you visit, and I know all of you will come to Guyana and visit, you'll realize that you have the entire waterfall to yourself. It's really one of the world's most extraordinary natural wonders, and it's waiting there for you in Guyana. I wanted to tell you a bit, this is our mascot, Kai the Kiskidi. It was designed, we opened a competition out, and that was the winner. Outside of competitions, we have all the other attractions that people can visit, the Rupununi Savannas, the Essequibo Rivers, all different attractions that you'll learn about more. The championships, it welcomes everyone. As you would see, this is the competition information. Recurve, compound, barebow, youth, senior, masters, developing athletes, elite athletes. It is about raising standards while at the same time bringing our region together, because when Caribbean archery grows, all of us grows. So I wanted you to pay keen attention to all these dates. It's available in invitation, so we wouldn't go through that. And as organizers, we love all of you, but as our director, and he's here, the chair of our tech committee, Mr. Saeed Karim, he's in the room. We love timely registrations even more, and I know the entire team here, they would agree. So the sooner you register, the smoother everything will become. And I promise you that, you know, completing registration on time is significantly less stressful than explaining a late entry request, and this is endorsed by Mr. Karim in that regard. These are the important dates to note with the event. Oh, and I inserted, there's this video. How do you play the video? This is a video, a short message from our Director of Sport.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Inval, and I'm the Director of Sport in Guyana. I'm happy to be given this opportunity to invite you to a major archery program that we'll be having in this country in October. From October 22nd to October 26th, Guyana is expected to host the Caribbean Archery Development Tournament. During that time, we will also host the inaugural Caribbean Archery Championship. For all the work that has been done so far, and to let the organizing team know that the National Sports Commission, the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, and by extension the government of Guyana, is in full support of their efforts. It is expected that over 300 participants will be coming to Guyana for these tournaments. We'll have participants coming from as far as the Falkland Islands. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all the participants, all the officials, all the organizers to this beautiful country that we call Guyana.
Thank you. And I wanted to tell you a bit about our venue. The official hotel is the Princess Ramada. It's located about approximately 10 minutes from the competition venue. Comfortable accommodation, excellent facilities, and it's so close enough that practice, if you miss practice, that's going to require genuine creativity. I also wanted to tell you a bit about our meals. Because, you know, meals are important. No competition succeeds only on arrows, so visitors will have an experience, will be able to experience authentic Guyanese cuisine like pepper pot and cook-up rice and roti and curry and our fresh fish and tropical fruits. But I must warn you, many visitors would come for archery and they leave asking for recipes. So join us in Guyana. I know earlier President Easton, he spoke about the speed of change in our world and the importance of being ready to adapt. And I believe that that message is equally and especially relevant to us in archery, because the future doesn't wait for us, you know, for those persons who would stand still. It's the federations that grow, it's the athletes who succeed, and the regions like the Americas that thrive. Those are the ones that are willing to embrace new opportunities when they arise. So today, I would like to close by taking President Easton's remarks as a charge to us all. If we are serious about developing Caribbean archery, then we must be ready to adapt. We must be ready to invest and ready to show up. And that opportunity awaits us in Guyana this October. So my challenge to all of you, all the member associations here, please don't let us just talk about development. I want you to bring your athletes. Don't just talk about opportunities. Please seize them. And don't just watch archery, Caribbean archery grow. Help build it. Because if President Easton is right, and I believe he is, the speed of change is only increasing. And the question is not whether our sport will evolve. Secretary General Font, from all his reports and updates during the morning, it's very clear that it is. So the question is whether we will be able and ready to evolve with it. I look forward to welcoming each and every one of you in Guyana in October. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure Vidushi, has been able to convince you to come to Guyana. She has this power, of doing so. So, Vidushi talked about food. I know some of you may be hungry already after what Vidushi said, but we are a little bit ahead of time, in our schedule. So what I would like to do, because lunch won't be ready until 1 o'clock, is to maybe deal with a couple of topics we have for the afternoon, very briefly, so that we can maybe finish before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if you agree. So I'd like to go to the... Hay una cosa que dice reconocimiento. Eso no, que no salgan en pantalla, por favor, porque eso son sorpresas. Que está al final, donde está uno de unos cursos, unos seminarios. Mira a ver si lo encuentras. Es lo último que está en la presentación. ¿Ya? Perfecto. Entonces, si puedes poner la presentación ahí para empezar ahí. Ya, ok, good. Good. We love to talk about development, and seminars and all this are also important. I'd like to address the topic of upcoming seminars. We're going to have a national classifiers seminar very soon, and it will be in Valledupar. We've had some issues because of late withdrawals, and we were about to cancel the seminar because we did not have enough participants. We would love you to consider sending at least one person to this seminar. You need to have people who have a background in physiotherapy or similar to become national classifiers. So you still have time to register more people. It's not expensive at all, but I think we should consider that we're going to have the best 2 classifiers in the world running the seminar. And these are Chiara Barbi, who is the head of classification in Will Archery. She's from Italy, and Nancy Litke from Canada. They're going to be there, and I think it would be a waste of human resources if these 2 ladies only have 6 participants attending their seminar. So if you have questions about this seminar, you can come to me during the lunch break, and I can give you all the information so that we can make this seminar more profitable, more fruitful for the national federations in the continent. Next seminar is a level 2 coaching seminar we're going to have in Rosario, Argentina. This is a seminar that is being coordinated from the World Archery office in Lausanne by Cecilia Vizcarra, whom some of you know very well. And they're in contact with Laura, the president of the Federación Argentina de Tiro con Arco, the Argentinian Archery Federation, to make this seminar possible. This is a level 2 coaching seminar. We get a lot of questions on WhatsApp from coaches in your countries who write to us asking when and where is there a coaching seminar. Sometimes your coaches do not know this information. Maybe it is because the communication channels are not working very well. So please, all this information, we're going to make the presentations available for you on our extranet later. But this information is important. They will be supporting, and if you have questions about this seminar, you can come directly to Laura, president of the Argentinian Federation. She has all the information. So this is one more important coaching seminar that we have. Next seminar will be in Guyana, right after the CDC, the event that Vidushi has just promoted here. And this new event, this new seminar will have 2 components. One is going to be a coaching seminar as such, which is going to be conducted by Luis Tejada from the Dominican Republic, who is very fluent in English. This one is going to be in English. The one in Argentina is going to be in Spanish only. But World Archery has informed us that they want to combine this coaching seminar with a national judges seminar. So if you have people you would like to train as national judges, this is the opportunity. You can talk to Vidushi as well about this. She has information that she can give you. And this judging seminar is going to be conducted by a continental judge from Trinidad and Tobago, Sabrina Ramlakhan. She already knows about this, so do not miss this opportunity. This is mainly for the English-speaking Caribbean. Though people from other countries can attend, but the main target of these 2 seminars is your English-speaking Caribbean. Okay? And then we come to a para-coaching seminar. Para-archery, one of our priorities. And we're going to have a para-coaching seminar, probably 5 days in Peru. And it will be right after the Pan American Championships. So if you have coaches who work with able-bodied archers and you would like them to learn how to coach para-archers, this is the seminar. Okay? It will be probably in English, but we are discussing with World Archery the possibility of getting some funding to have an interpreter so that people who don't speak English can also attend and profit from this important seminar. Okay, and I want to talk about this. This is, I would say, one of the most important ideas, one of the most important meetings we are going to be having this year in the Americas. For the first time, we're going to have an athletes forum. This is for the athletes. This information was distributed on the WhatsApp group of the team managers, your team managers. Some of you are team managers and you know this. It is going to be tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow, official practice will be only in the morning. And the reason why we're having it only in the morning is because we want to have this tomorrow afternoon. This is the opportunity for your athletes to get together, discuss their concerns. And we have singled out 3 important topics. One is going to be marketing for archers, which is going to be run by the president of World Archery Mexico, Gabriel. I will be talking about some rules our athletes must know. I'm not going to be repeating what's in the book. I'm going to be focusing on certain things the archers don't know, and they cannot defend themselves when a judge makes a mistake. So we're going to be dealing with these topics tomorrow. And the way we're going to organize it is that at 2 p.m., Gabriel will be talking to the English group, the English-speaking group. And at that time, I'm going to be speaking to the Spanish-speaking group. Then at 2:45, the teachers are going to, go to the other classroom. And so I will be talking about the same topic, but in English. Gabriel will do the same in Spanish. And after that, we're going to get everybody together to discuss one very important topic, and that is mental training. And we're going to have 4 top athletes who will be there to share their experiences with the athletes. And you can't have a better group. Sebastián Garcia from Mexico, gold medal winner at World Cups. Sarah Lopez, is there anyone who does not know her? 9 times the World Cup finals winner, 14 times gold medal at the World Cups. Casey Kaufhold from the United States, Olympic medalist. And Marcos Almeida from Brazil, #1 ranked archer in the recurve. So we have a combination of the 4 categories, 2 men, 2 women. So a wonderful panel tomorrow. If you have coaches who would like to go, of course they're welcome, okay? This is not just discriminatory against anyone. But we would like you to advertise this. Please tell your archers that it is important that they go, that they attend, that they ask questions. Some of them may say, well, why? I'm going to go to my hotel and sleep. If they want to do that, that's okay. But I think they will be losing the opportunity to have this wonderful, forum. And I think this is, okay. So these are some upcoming events. You know that we are quite quick at distributing information and as letting you know what is coming, seminars, whatever. We will be informing, you on other upcoming things. So any questions? No? So it is 12:30. Lunch is ready only at 1, but we're not going to keep you here. So now you can relax, you can talk, you can make new friends. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to have our lunch. Lalo, where is the lunch? The same place we had dinner last night? Mismo lugar donde comimos, ahí va a ser la cena, el almuerzo. Okay, pero sí sería la 1. Okay, entonces, it's going to start at 1. We have half an hour to relax. I know if there's still some coffee, if you want to go to your rooms or whatever. We want you back here at 2 p.m., please. 2 p.m., time to be here in the afternoon. And thank you for the morning, okay? So we can do the same? Good. All right. No, yo solo lo vi para que lo sacaran. Aquí no está, ¿me lo pusieron allá?
Esto se me apagó. ¿Qué hago aquí? ¿Cierro aquí? A ver, cierro, sí. Voy a mirar. Cierro. Ya.
So we still have a few countries that have not confirmed that they are here. We're missing Colombia, Guyana, U.S. Virgin Islands, Falkland Islands, Peru, Suriname, Bolivia, okay, so there's one country that is not here, at least not yet. Yeah, There is Bolivia. Ariel, necesitamos que marques ahí para la asistencia. Okay. Good. So we have all the countries present, and the number of votes is 85 maximum. So in order to be elected, you need to have 43 votes. Okay? Good. So okay. So I need to have this. Okay. So our first item in the agenda for the afternoon is elections. So we have a few elections in the afternoon. The first election is that of the president. Okay. And we have two candidates for president. All of you, for all the elections, have received, because it's been posted, the documents that each nominated candidate submitted with their information. So I don't think we need to do anything else. So we're now going to open the vote for the election of the World Archery President for the 2026-2030. Yes, there's a new link for the transmission, which I shared with the whole group, yes. For the transmission, for television? No, it's translation is the same, but for television it's a different one. Okay, good. Thank you, Alex. So, oh, you're voting already. Okay. So we close the vote. Can we see results? Okay, so results are that Maria Emma Gaviria has been elected as president with 56 votes, and she will be our president for another 4 years. Okay, now, Maria Emma, do you want to say something? ¿Quieres decir algo? Okay.
Muchas gracias a todos por el voto de confianza. Solo puedo asegurarles que yo seguiré trabajando con el mismo amor y con los mismos principios y objetivos que hasta ahora lo he hecho para llevar mucho más lejos a World Archery América.
Thank you. Our second election is for Vice President. We have two candidates. We had three, but one of the candidates withdrew. So we're going to open the vote for this election. Okay, we close the vote. And the elected vice president is Gabriel Ramos from Mexico. Now we go to the third election, and this is the election for council. We have 5 nominated candidates for this position, for these positions. Now, here you can vote for up to 3. Aquí se puede votar hasta por 3. Usted puede votar por 3, por 2, por 1 o por ninguno. Pero se puede votar hasta por 3 personas. So you can vote for no one, for 1, for 2, 3 candidates for this position. So we're going to open the vote now. Recuerden, se puede votar hasta por 3. We close the vote. Okay. And there we can see results. We have 3 candidates who have achieved more than 50% plus 1. So these are the candidates who were elected. Aaron Bull from Canada, Oscar Garcia from Costa Rica, and Kevin Damore from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Okay, so we don't need to go to a second round here. Next vote is for the Governance and Finance Oversight Committee. One thing about this committee is that the 4 candidates can be elected as long as they have 50% plus 1 of the votes. And the 2 candidates with the highest number of votes will be elected for 4 years. And the other 2 candidates, as long as they achieve 50% plus 1, they will be elected for 2 years. So remember, you can vote for up to 4. Se puede votar hasta por 4. Las 2 personas que tengan el mayor número de votos serán electas por 4 años y las 2 personas que tengan el menor número de votos serán electas por 2 años, siempre y cuando tengan 50% de los votos. Si después de la primera ronda hay alguien que no llegó al 50%, se hará una votación para saber si la Asamblea está a favor de que esa persona tenga el 50% o no. Entonces, abrimos los votos, por favor. We open the votes. We close the vote, and 3 members were elected in the first round. So Mary Emmons and Alba Santos will be elected for 4 years, and Carolina Morales has been elected for 2 years. And now we're going to have another vote just for 1 candidate. Let's wait until Mateo is ready. So Maria Isabel Vargas will be the only 1 person going to a next round, and she will be elected if she's able to get 50% plus 1 of the votes, which is 43 votes. You tell me, Mateo, when you, okay, we're ready. So, se abre la votación. Los que estén a favor de que la señora sea miembro del comité. Those in favor, vote, okay, good. Voting in process. We'll close the vote. Okay, and there's 62 votes in favor, so Maria Isabel Vargas is elected also for 2 years as a member of this committee. Okay, we go to the next committee. Yeah, the next committee is our Constitution and Rules Committee. There are two candidates, Randall Jones from Canada and Stanislao Osores from Argentina. There are two positions here, so you can vote for 0, for 1, or for 2 of these people. We open the vote now. We close the vote. Okay, and both candidates have been elected for 4 years to be members of our Constitution and Rules Committee. Wonderful. We now go to the next election, and this is the election for which we have more candidates. We have 6 candidates for this position. We will elect 2 of these people for 4 years, and we will elect 1 of these candidates for 2 years. So 3 will be elected. So you can vote for up to 3. Se puede votar por hasta 3 de estos candidatos. We open the vote. Hasta por 3 se puede votar. Sorry? Oh, no. Can you cancel that and do it again? Okay, sorry, yeah, there was a mistake there, but it's 3. No problem. We have lots of time. So again, se puede votar hasta por 3. You can vote for up to 3. Mateo, is it okay now for 3? Good. We close the vote. Okay. Okay, 2 of these candidates have been elected for 4 years, I think. Yeah. And we need to go to a second round to choose the other candidate who will be elected for 2 years. So Mateo will remove the 2 candidates who had the highest. Yes, the lowest as well. Yeah, we follow here the same procedure as in Will Archery. So we remove the 2 candidates who got the highest number of votes plus the person with the lowest number of votes. And so 3 candidates will, okay. Now you can vote for only 1 person. Aquí se puede votar solo por un candidato. You can vote for only 1 person now. We open the vote. Sorry? Yeah, for 2 years, yes. So we're ready? Yeah, we can open the vote now. We close the vote. Okay, and Miguel Flores from Mexico has been elected as member of the Development Committee for 2 years. Good. So we proceed with the next election, which is the, where are we? The Judges Committee. Here we have 3 candidates for 2 positions, which are elected for 4 years. Then we have 3 of our international judges from Colombia, Brazil, and the United States. So I would like to open the vote now. We close the vote. Okay, so 2 of our candidates have been elected, Natalia Londoño from Colombia and Andrew Neville from the United States. We go to the next one. Now we come to the Medical and Sports Sciences Committee, and there we have 4 candidates for 3 places. Now, 2 of the candidates, the 2 with the highest votes, will be elected for 4 years, and the 3rd candidate in the ranking will be elected for 2 years. I think, Mateo, we can now, yeah, okay, good. So we can open the vote now. You can vote for 2. Oh, no, wait a minute, wait, yeah, it's okay. Just a second. No, we vote for 3 people here. 3. Okay, sorry, it was my mistake. It's 3 people. Pueden votar por 3. And we close the vote. So 3 candidates have been elected for this committee: Aaron Bull from Canada, Jennifer Laux from the US, and Eddie Icaza from Ecuador. Aaron and Jennifer elected for 4 years, while Eddie has been elected for 2 years. Okay? So, now we go to the para. Now, there's one thing about the para committee, and in our Constitution, at this assembly, we must elect 2 members of the committee, but one of them has to be an athlete. And there's only 1 athlete in the list of candidates. So first of all, we need to vote to make it clear that we want to have Kevin Polish as a member of the para committee, as the athlete in that committee. He will need to have 50% plus 1 of the votes to be elected. This is only for the athlete in the para committee. So we open the vote. Okay, we open the vote now. We close the vote. Results. Okay, so Kevin Polish has been elected as the archer in the para committee, in our para committee. Now, there's one more position in the para committee for which we have 3 candidates. So these do not need to be our archers. So these are the 3 people we have as candidates for the para committee, and you can vote for only 1. You vote for only 1 of these 3 people now. We can open the vote. Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. We close the vote. Wow, this is interesting. So no one has achieved the 50% plus 1. So now, Mateo, we remove the lowest number of votes. And we go to our second round. In the second round, we're going to have 2 candidates for only one position. So you can vote for only one. So it's either Leonardo Carrasco, who is from the United States, so he does not show there, but he's from the US, and Carlos Cervantes from Mexico. So we open the vote now. Vote for only one. Solo se vota por uno. We close the vote. Okay, and the results are that Leonardo Carrasco from the US has been elected to be a member of this committee. Now we go to the next election, and this is our Ethics Committee. In the case of the Ethics Committee, we have 2 candidates for 2 positions, and the 2, if they achieve the 50% plus 1, will be elected for 4 years. So we have Luis Barria from Panama and Mandy Griego from the United States. So let's open the vote. We close the vote. Results, please. So both have been elected because the minimum number of votes was 43, so they have 70 and 48. So both members have been elected to the Ethics Committee. So we go to the last election. And the last election is the Gender Equity Committee. It's funny, Gender Equity, 5 women. So, yeah. Huh? I'm sorry. No, yes. Okay. So our last election is for the Gender Equity Committee. We have 4 positions available, 2 for 2 years, 2 for 4 years. So you can vote for up to 4. Se puede votar hasta por 4 de las personas que están en esta lista. 2 de ellas están aquí. Okay? So let's open the vote. Recuerden, hasta 4 se pueden votar. You can vote for up to 4. We close the vote now, and we have results. So 4 of the 5 candidates were elected for the committee. Vidushi Persad McKinnon from Guyana, Morwenna Mengel from Curacao, Lisa Roll from the Bahamas, and Nicole Glunt from the US. So these are the elected members for this committee. Now, the next election will not happen today, but I want to talk about it. I think it's the next point in the agenda, to speak about the elections for the Athletes Committee. There are 4 candidates. The 4 candidates can be voted for because there are 4 positions available. But the important thing now is for you to help us with your athletes tomorrow. During official practice, and Mateo, correct me if I'm wrong, we discussed about this, tomorrow there will be a section on the field near where the judges are going to be inspecting the equipment, where Mateo will have members of his team helping the archers vote. So the archers will go to equipment inspection, and automatically they're going to be ushered to the place where the elections are going to take place. There will be several PDAs like the ones you have, so they will not need to, stand in line for, for a few minutes. It would be very quick. But there's a second thing that is important. You please tell your archers that they can vote for more than one, more than two. They can even vote for the 4 candidates. Sometimes the archers do not understand, and they believe that they have to vote for only one. So it is possible that they can vote for up to 4. All the 4 candidates are eligible. Are candidates that can be voted for. Okay? Good. So this is the information about this. Do you have any questions about the Athletes Committee election? We beg you to transmit this information to your archers, the ones who are going to be on the field tomorrow. Now, this committee is a 5-member committee. 4 are going to be elected tomorrow. The 2 with the highest number of votes are going to be elected for 4 years, and the other 2 will be elected for 2 years. And there's a 5th member of this committee that will be elected at the Pan American Championships in Peru, following a similar procedure. Okay? Any questions? No? Let's see what comes next. I think we're close to the end. Okay. Elections. Okay. Oh, there's an item in the agenda, item number 18, which is the appointment of the Secretary General, and that has to be made by the President. So President Maria Emma will need to now appoint the Secretary General for the next 4 years. Maria Emma.
No solamente voy a hacer un nombramiento, sino que les pido un aplauso para el secretario general en este nuevo periodo, el señor Sergio Font, quien se merece nuestro aplauso.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the appointment. You're going to have to endure me for another 4 years. I'll do my best, to continue working at the same pace as we have done together with Maria Emma and all of you until 2030. Okay, so item 18 already done, 19 already done, and this committee, we were talking, Maria Emma and I, about the composition of the ad hoc committees. You know that World Archery Americas, according to our Constitution, has a right through the President to appoint committees or commissions that we need for a specific task. So we have today brought a list of members of 3 important commissions. This appointment does not mean that it's only these people that we will have. Sometimes it is difficult to find people who we believe could help us carry out certain activities, and you will see that in one of the commissions. So if one of our federations believes that they have someone who can help being part of these commissions, just let us know. And we will consider those names and add them if we believe that, these are people that we can count on for the specific tasks that these committees undertake. So, ¿puedo pasarle aquí? No me está saliendo nada. ¿Dónde está? Okay, good. This is the Governance Advisory Commission. This is a committee. 4 of these people were part of this commission before. We checked all the constitutions, all the process we followed. Now we're going to continue doing that. And these are the 6 people that we have appointed to do this. You will see a familiar surname. That's my daughter. She is in Cuba, and she will be helping us because she has experience in this field, checking the constitutions and everything we should do in order to continue helping you regarding governance. So I'm happy that we are keeping 4 of the members of this commission for another period. Some of them are here. I'm sure that you agree to continue being part of it. Okay. The next is the Awards Commission. We made some little changes here. For example, Trina was part of this commission, and now Trina will be busy. We've been discussing with Trina, some responsibilities for the future. I think we can always count on her, but we have here like 2 new people in this committee that we didn't have before. And that is Denise Silva from Peru, who is the president of the Peruvian Federation, and Alejandro Viaggiotti from Paraguay. So these are countries. Paraguay does not have anyone in any of our commissions, so we would like to have him as part of this group. And the third one, which is very important, is the Marketing Committee. We have on this list Gabriel from Mexico. He already conducted a webinar last year on this topic. He will be talking to the archers tomorrow on marketing as well. And we have spoken with the federations of the United States, with Mary and with Laura from Argentina, asking if they have people in their countries with experience in marketing. We only have 3 people. So this is an open committee. I mean, if you have more people that who can help us in carrying out this task of, of incorporating marketing into our sport, all of them are welcome. So this is the group of people that we have appointed the president has appointed for these positions. Now, I think we're ready for the break. Is that right? What time is it? Oh no, we're going to finish very early. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I think we should move on, and then we finish early, yeah? Good. Wonderful. I know some of you, like Kevin, didn't have time to sleep. He got here and came straight to the... Anyway, I'd like to invite now someone who's very important to us because of the work she does, and that is Trina Roberts from Bermuda. Trina was a member, still is a member of the Awards Commission, and we would like Trina to introduce a section of this that we call the awards. But Trina, just a minute, because we need to go get the awards. Anita, los que están allí, y voy a buscar el otro. Un segundito, que es que como vamos más rápido, as we're going very fast, we don't have the awards here. Just a second.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great pleasure and honor and a privilege to present the awards this afternoon to the member associations and to individuals who have achieved outstanding results through their work and dedication during 2025, as well as throughout their careers as technical official and sports administration within World Archery Americas. At the conclusion of the 2025 season, World Archery Americas announced the recipients of its annual awards, recognizing excellence, commitment, and contributions to the development of archery throughout our continent. Most of these awards have already been presented to deserving athletes, coaches, judges, coach educators, and volunteers whose efforts have significantly contributed to the growth and success of our sport. This afternoon, World Archery Americas has the pleasure of presenting the 2025 Member Association of the Year Award. This prestigious award is presented to World Archery Mexico in recognition of their outstanding achievements of its able-bodied and para-athletes at the continental and international levels during the 2025 season. In addition, special consideration has been given to the successful organization of the Para-American and Field Championships and the Para-American Indoor Championships events that concluded to the highest standards and contributed significantly to the promotion of archery in the Americas. The award recognizes the remarkable growth of archery throughout Mexico, including the establishment of the new training centers and the organization of development championships with exceptional high participation levels. Through its commitment to athlete development, event organization, and the expansion of participation in archery, World Archery Mexico has demonstrated leadership excellence worthy of this recognition. It is therefore my great pleasure to have Mr. Gabriel Ramos, President of World Archery Mexico, receiving the World Archery Americas 2025 Association of the Year Award for his federation. Congratulations to World Archery Mexico and for all that you have done to contribute to this remarkable achievement. Our second recognition this afternoon is presented to an individual who has dedicated many years of service to the sport of archery through officiating, governance, and rule development. For more than a decade, he served as a World Archery International judge, contributing his expertise at major international competitions around the world. After reaching the age limit established for international judges, he continued his commitment to the sport by remaining actively involved as a continental judge and technical delegate, serving in numerous events throughout the Americas. In addition to his judging career, he has played an exceptional important role in the development of the sport through his service of the Constitution and Rules Committees for both World Archery and World Archery Americas. His knowledge, professionalism, and dedication have contributed significantly to the development and interpretation of the rules that govern our sport today. In recognition of his many years of distinguished service and his outstanding contributions to archery, officiating, and governance, World Archery Americas, on the recommendation of its Judges Committee, is proud to confer upon the title of Honorary Judge, Randall Jones of Canada. As Mr. Jones is unable to be able to receive his award today, we are pleased that Aaron Bowl, President of Archery Canada, is here to receive the recognition on his behalf. Our third recognition this afternoon is presented to an individual who has devoted many years of dedicated service to World Archery Americas in the field of sports medicine and anti-doping. Since the creation of the World Archery Americas Medical and Sports Sciences Committee, he has served continuously as its chairman, providing leadership, expertise, and guidance on matters of athlete health, sports science, and anti-doping education. His extensive knowledge and experience in the field of anti-doping has made him a recognized reference of this subject for member associations throughout the Americas. Over the years, he has delivered numerous education presentations and seminars on anti-doping, regulations, and procedures, helping athletes, coaches, administrators, and officials better understand their responsibilities in maintaining clean sport. In addition to his educational work, he has played a key role in the organization's management of anti-doping controls at major international events, including World Archery World Cups and Para-American Championships, ensuring the competitions were conducted in accordance with the highest standards of integrity and fairness. In recognition of this outstanding career and upon this recommendation of the President of World Archery Americas, World Archery Americas is pleased to confer upon him the title of Honorary Chairman of the World Archery Americas Medical and Sciences Committee, Dr. Carlos Jimenez from Guatemala. As Dr. Ramirez is unable to be with us today, I would like to invite Mr. Antro Cordero, President of the National Archery Association of Guatemala. Our next recognition is presented to an individual whose contributions has been indispensable for the development of archery in the Americas over the past 12 years. His dedication to raising both the quantitative and qualitative level of archery throughout the continent, particularly in South America and the English-speaking Caribbeans, is well known to all of us. Through his leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment, countless athletes, coaches, and member associations have benefited from development opportunities that have strengthened our sport and expanded its reach. For several years, he has served as the chairman of the World Archery Americas Development Committee, coordinating development efforts across the continent, and exceptional dedication in producing tangible and measurable results. His work has helped member associations improve their programs, increase participation, and build stronger foundation for future growth. He has also been the principal architect of the Caribbean Development Championships, an event that has become the cornerstone of archery development in the region. Throughout the years, he has consistently supported and attended this event, even while facing his health challenges that have limited his mobility. His determination and commitment to the development of archery has never wavered. His service has gone far beyond the duties of a committee chairman. He has been a mentor and advisor, a source of inspiration, a driving force behind many of the development initiatives that have shaped archery in the Americas during the last decade. In recognition of these outstanding contributions, and upon the recommendation of the President of World Archery Americas, World Archery Americas is pleased to confer upon the title of Honorary Chairman of the World Archery Americas Development Committee to Mr. Phil Graves of the United States. And as Phil is unable to be with us today, I would like to invite Mary Evans, CEO of USA Archery, Colorado office, to accept this on his behalf. Our last and final recognition, but not the least, this afternoon is presented to an individual who has been a valued member of World Archery Americas Council for many years, consistently demonstrating commitment, loyalty, and dedication to the work of our Confederation. Throughout his years of service, he has played an important role in supporting the growth and development of archery in the Americas. He has been a key force behind the successful organization of continental events in his country and has always made both his member association and its outstanding sports facilities available to World Archery Americas whenever they have been needed. In addition, he has been a significant factor in strengthening the relationship between World Archery Americas and the Centro Caribe sports, particularly since his election of president of his National Olympic Committee and president of an important regional sports organization. His efforts had contributed to closer cooperation and stronger relationships that benefit archery across the Americas. For his distinguished career as a sport administrator and his many years of dedicated service to archery in the Americas, and upon the recommendation of the President of World Archery Americas, World Archery is pleased to confer upon the title of Honorary Council Member to Jose Miguel Raul Melendez of the Dominican Republic. We are pleased that Mr. Raul is here with us this afternoon, and I would therefore like to invite him, which he's done already, come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our presentation. Once again, let us give a warm round of applause to everyone who was a recipient today for their achievements, dedication, and service to archery in Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Trina, for the presentations. Too bad we couldn't have here three of the individuals who were honored, but World Archery Americas does recognize the hard work that some of our members do and have done for archery in our continent. I mean, those are names that I'm sure most of you know. Randall Jones, Dr. Hermes, Carlos Hermes, Phil Graves. I think everyone, mainly in the Caribbean, you know Phil. Phil decided not to run for the development committee again, but he said that we can count on him for anything that is necessary. I mean, he's vital to our development. And last but not least important is Jose Miguel. Everybody knows him as Chemi, who's organized hundreds of events in his country, and he's always been with us, you know, at every assembly, just supporting the work we do. So thank you again, and congratulations to all of these people. And of course, the Mexican Federation, World Archery Mexico, has been chosen as the Federation of the Year, and there was no better opportunity than this one to present this award to World Archery Mexico than at this assembly that is taking place in the home city of the president of the Federation. So thank you again. So we're done with the recognitions. Agenda item number 22, I already covered it. There was the seminars and a few other things that I talked about. And now I think we have just two pending items in the agenda. Item number 23, I would like to invite the World Archery President to say a few words after you've been here with us the whole day. So maybe if you want to go there, if you want to do it here, as you wish. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I'm standing between you and the break and the end of the meeting, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'll keep it short. Sergio, well done. Thank you for the organization of the meeting. Thank you, everybody who participated today. It was great to be up here and observing and watching the democratic process in work and seeing you vote. So, again, thank you, and thank you again for the hosts and for the Mexican Federation for hosting us here. Thank you, and we look forward to a good event with you guys the rest of the week. I wish you all the best of luck. Raul and I will be on our way to Lausanne, but we will be thinking about you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President Easton. And now to close this assembly, Maria Emma Gaviria, World Archery President, Western America's President, will say a few words.
Nuevamente, mil gracias por acompañarnos en la asamblea. Mis felicitaciones a todos los elegidos en los comités, en las comisiones, al Consejo. Y como dije al iniciar, tenemos preparada América para enfrentar ahora Archery Américas para enfrentar el futuro, pero esto es de todos, esto es un equipo, solo no se hace. Vamos a estar tocando la puerta de todos ustedes para que coloquen el granito de arena, para que América siga creciendo, siga fortaleciéndose y repito, esto es un trabajo en equipo y todos lo vamos a lograr. Muchas gracias por estar aquí, muchas gracias a Gabriel por esta asamblea y por este lugar que nos brindó. Él ha sido el artífice de este espacio, de ayudarnos con todo lo que ustedes ven económicamente, con su personal. Mil gracias, Gabriel. Y sabemos que vamos a tener un torneo muy bonito panamericano. Solo les deseo éxitos a todos ustedes y que sus delegaciones disfruten y logren los objetivos con los cuales vinieron aquí a competir. Para terminar, tengo que decirles que el señor Geiston, nuestro presidente, nos había solicitado un cóctel para reunirse con todos un rato y conversar. Teníamos el cóctel para las 6 de la tarde, estamos tratando de moverlo más, pero Sergio estaba hablando más rápido hoy, ¿cierto? Me dice a mí que hable pasito y él habla rápido. Estamos esperando que nos confirmen, pero les pido el favor que hagamos un tiempo para que ya están solicitando correr la hora del cóctel, para que todos podamos estar aquí, conversar un rato, departir y despedirnos hasta mañana que nos vemos en el campo. Muchas gracias.
Hay café allá detrás, o sea, pueden ir a... I think there's coffee back there. It's going to be a very long break, but now you can go have your coffee, and then when we know for sure whether we can have the cocktail before, we'll let you know. Okay, so stand by.